John Oliver did an episode, a bit of a deep dive on Elon Musk, his history, the high points of his career, and then also what he's become in recent years. He called Elon Musk erratic, self-serving, increasingly racist. He went farther than that. He said that he was space's first racist sheriff and a less affable reimagining of Billy Zane's character in Titanic.
That was that was the best line. That was the best.
It wasn't bad. He pointed out one point that Elon Musk was wearing a jacket from Ralph Lauren's midlife crisis collection. He's clearly going for bad boy there, but ended up looking more like a red-pilled Chip from Rescue Rangers. All of this is hilarious, right? Well, there was someone who didn't enjoy it, and immediately after that happened, Elon Musk took to Twitter to whine about it. And that's fine. We move on with our life. Weeks go by. And Elon Musk is still crying about it on Twitter, and I couldn't be happier. He tweeted, this is yesterday. It is rather tragic to see an otherwise capable comedian like I Am John Oliver become weak sauce. The reason he is not very funny these days is because he is too keen to pander to wokeness, which is fundamentally a lie, whereas great humor requires revealed truth. And as we all know from following Elon Musk's Twitter activity, he is an expert on great comedy. Anyway, he said, this is what he said immediately after it aired. Oliver was great several years ago, but stopped being funny when he sold his soul to wokeness, where humor is basically illegal. The issue with that is John Oliver is still hilarious. You're wrong about that. I don't know what you think wokeness is. I don't understand why anti-wokeness has become so core to your personality or whatever. I just want to say, Francesca, that if I were John Oliver, literally all I would want coming out of my episode on Elon Musk is for a month to go by and Elon Musk to still be crying about it publicly.
Oh yes, and tweeting at him.
And tweeting at him. There's nothing you could hope for more as a comedian when you mock someone for it to still bother them a month later. What do you think?
Absolutely. Oh, sold wokeness, like wokeness that was definitely on the Epstein flight. I'm just saying, because wokeness is so rich, it just pays off a bunch of people. Yeah, I love that he got under his skin with a deep dive expose that was long overdue and was like not. The jokes about him were really funny and good, but I think he also kind of exposed just how much power Elon Musk has, how many satellites Starlink runs, for example, how many companies he's the CEO of. Like, I'm not sure that Elon actually watched the whole thing. He just focused on him being called Chip from Rescue Rangers, because actually it lays out a case of why Elon is incredibly powerful and nothing's actually being done to rein in the vast amount and sort of disproportionate amount of utilities and companies and government contracts that are under his control. So I don't know, man. I mean, Elon will always have the last laugh, and this is why we should always make fun of billionaires like him. But what are we doing about actually reining him in?
Yeah, it was what John Oliver's show is. It was a combination of both the substance stuff that we should be worried about, and it was also very funny. And I just think it's so sad. Their entire approach to comedy, they're so off on it. There were replies to him, like people who are, because the entire point of being on Twitter these days is to desperately hope that Elon Musk is like, if you send him a reply, he's gonna send you a check for $1 million or whatever. Like people responding, facts. I find comics like Dave Chappelle and Ricky Gervais are funny because they say the things that you're not allowed to say.
Oh God.
First of all, Dave Chappelle for a long time was my favorite comedian. Ricky Gervais makes great shows. His comedy has never been funny. Let's be clear about that. But also, do you understand the irony of saying they say the things you're not allowed to say, and they've been saying it in special after special on Netflix, being paid millions upon millions of dollars? Evidently, you can say it actually, and you can be paid a ton of money to say it. They might not be, they're not like sending dispatches from a hideout in the jungle, evading the comedy police. They scroll it and then ship it to someone who posts it on the dark web or something. They're being paid to do specials on Netflix. It's not as rebel as you think it is. For more political news breakdowns, interviews, stories of activism, and me trying my hardest to care about the occasional big celebrity news story, subscribe to our YouTube channel at youtube.com/thedamagereport. And you can ring the bell wherever it is so you don't miss anything.
Can't kill Michael Moass! It's impossible!
Okay, there we go.
When you work to change things. You're being a little bitch! What do you fucking want from me? Get off my dick!
You know, if you don't understand the situation, it's better sometimes not to speak and just be proven a complete imbecile in the matter.
Okay, so I forgot to change the title of the stream.
You a bitch. You understand what I'm saying?
But it's
Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're saying? Or are you saying it? What are you saying?
ironic.
First they think you're crazy, then they fight you.
I don't know. I don't really think that's the case.
And then all of a sudden you change the world.
All right. So let's see what we got here today. Good evening, everybody.
What's up, guys? So let me explain myself. You know what I mean? My life is a bit in disarray. Believe it or not, I'm sick. Sick of all the fucking bullshit. All right? This video is just going to be me talking. To be honest, everyone deserves a chance at life. We all know that. Sometimes we mess up. Sometimes we get too greedy. Sometimes we fuck up and then we lose everything. That is exactly what has happened to me and many people. What this channel has taught me is that it could be way worse.
Huh?
Fortunate enough, I have a good family. They're proud of me. And I'm doing my best to get out of the situation. But I am stuck in this situation with many of you. It was my first time playing legitimate contracts and during the court case, and I got screwed over. It is what it is. I am hoping that there is a play. If there is no...
So betting the wrong way
280
on a litigation
out of the
play
market, and I will only be...
is getting screwed over. That's
only purchasing crypto.
Is that...
Still release videos.
Is that...
AMC, GME, other stocks, whatever it is, maybe even Coinbase.
Is that what you're saying?
Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're saying? Or are you saying it? What are you saying? Huh?
I think he's saying that he got screwed over because he bet the wrong way. Oh, that sucks.
Lesson. The stock market is not meant for me. There is a lot of wash trading. The data is manipulated. Everything can be fake. It's a lot of bullshit. And it's pretty rough. I'm not going to lie. Coming into the market's all innocent.
The only thing that... I got some new soundboards. You heard it.
What the hell? Oh my God, no way.
You got to be fucking kidding me. It's, really, it could all be fake. Well, who fucking cares? Well, you know that. You know that. So, you could just adopt Teflon Don philosophy. The data they released to us is false, meant to give us a false impression of the market so we can make bad trading decisions. And then you lose money and you say, you know, hey,
What happened?
yeah. Never know. You never know, James. You got to be ready for anything. That's the market. Anyway, yeah. All right.
Market, you believe in the world, but then you realize it's pretty damn manipulated. Like, it's pretty disgusting out here.
So in other words,
What happened?
you got woke. You got hipped to the reality of the world. You put on your big boy britches. All right.
In life, whether it comes to love, stock market, friendship, you know, just finances in general, it has failed. Ultimately, it has failed. And it's pretty sad and disgusting how bad my luck is.
I mean, isn't that
I'm joking. No, there was a.
Isn't it just that you've failed?
I mean, I don't expect people to to me. I will work hard for what I have, but
isn't that more the case?
I sincerely believe that I do have a connection with God, but that connection is being
Oh dear.
a little bit of trials and tribulations where, you know, God doesn't necessarily want me to be super rich. My life and decisions when it comes to me always become
What?
2017,
Jesus fuck.
2021, and then now
That's great.
we're almost there. If there is a play, we're almost there. But I could have been on a way better path had I chose to invest in like Coinbase when it was like $7 to $30
Yeah.
rather than AMC. And I'm a big
That's pretty sad.
chose something else. And the crazy thing is, right, I called this move to like 8.
This is a weird angle. This is a weird angle on this.
It happened in the after hours. And I was greedy and I didn't cash out. And now I'm left holding a bag of worthless contracts, right?
No, and I appreciate that.
It's unfortunate.
I appreciate the honesty here. You know,
market.
if it is indeed honesty, I don't know if he's being authentic.
So when you lose,
It's the internet, yo. Who the fuck knows?
the person that I bought these contracts off of, they're laughing. They made their money and more. The contracts expire technically in June 2025. Anything can happen till then, but they made their money. I took a safe bet, even though it was 2 years, June 2025. So approximately 2 years from this court date and all that stuff. The maximum amount of time. It was a pretty safe bet on my hands. I did not know about dilution. And this is a warning sign to anyone investing in the stock market, investing in whatever it is. And it's your first time hearing of dilution. Dilution to such a degree. There's not a lot of case studies, right? So what most people are believing, and I'm personally believing it too, there is this possible algorithm play. Because we had diluted in these ranges over here before, and then we launched up the crazy levels and the shorts were over leveraged and we had barely any income. But that money came back and more, and everyone made a bunch of money. For some reason, people didn't sell when it went from, you know, $10 all the way up to
Now, what is he talking about here? Is
basically $70 before.
I got to go back here.
$70.
I'm sorry. I got to go back here. And Uncle Eric, I appreciate you being here, but no, I'll get to that when I get to it. If you don't catch it, you can watch the replay. But you know, and let me say this too. If you are, if you pay attention to the approach that we take with all of this, you will be able to make the same bear case for GameStop that we would. Okay, so it's nothing specific to GameStop. In other words, your problem is not with GameStop. The problem is with your approach, if I can be quite frank. Based on my interaction with you in a chat room on YouTube earlier, where everything was, well, I mean, in reality, it was mostly ad hominem. So that's what we're dealing with here. So as far as I'm concerned, you can you can just fucking wait. Or you can pay attention while you have time to pay attention and actually learn how to criticize an argument. Okay? So that's all I'm going to say to Uncle Eric. And he's welcome here, whatever. But, I'm not, we have no ill will, So, and chat will be, friendly, and everybody will be happy. Women will be ovulating, and the men will have erections. All right.
For whatever it was, people didn't sell.
We'll get to the futures in a minute here.
To me is a bit crazy. That to me is greed. I would be mad at the world if I did not sell at those levels.
You are among
held on for ridiculous numbers.
The realm of
YouTubers were telling me it's going to be higher. It's going to do.
I'll get there.
That. Never listen to a YouTuber, even me. Don't listen to me. I do the technical analysis in front of you. I do the work. I do the targets. I do everything. I tell you to draw these lines.
Oh no.
I tell you.
No.
I tell you what we have to do, the baby steps.
See, Marantz is a confounder.
Analysis.
He's what we call a confounder. Well, he's more than a confounder. That's being generous. He is. He's a bad actor, and if you want to put it in terms of like, is he actually curious? Is he actually trying to be objective, or does he have an agenda? And I equate that having an agenda, being, a bad actor. Yeah, I don't care about Marantz. I do not like his passion either. It's completely misplaced, and it's used to manipulate. See, that's the difference. You can see passion, you can appreciate it and whatever else, but it's what is he doing with it? And he's using it to push unfounded conspiracy theories. Okay. Now, if we were talking about bad actors, because we don't typically use that term. I'm using it as just to make a binary distinction between someone who's genuine and someone who's not. Okay, so whatever, if that's being a high horse by saying that somebody is not being genuine because they're pushing misinformation and faulty logic, I mean, then so be it. But I don't care if somebody's pushing that with passion. They're still a grifter. It does not fucking matter. Like, passion in grifting is that's admirable. That's admirable. Okay. Anyway, well, I'm looking for something here, but I can't find it. No, that was Sons and Daughters of Private Equity, which is another thing altogether. Weak ambition. Yeah, there you go, Model 3 dude. Just below average intelligent. It has nothing to do, to me, it doesn't have anything to do with intelligence. Like, I don't think that really enters the picture for me. It's about, well, really it's about being honest with yourself and with everyone else about who you are, what your position is, how, what you do know, what you're trying to understand. But, so what I was going to say was, shit. God damn it. I'm not a professional here, but you're among the stern bears. here on this channel. It's a bear channel, and I'm being facetious, ironic, and everything else like that when I say this, but this is one of the top bear channels. So, anyway, what is happening in the futures? I do not know. Somebody had asked about palladium, which that's a good one. Let's see. I don't know the future symbol for palladium, I have to say. I mean, really, okay. Let me just say this here, and throw the question back, because we do want to engage Uncle Eric while he does have time to be here. Never mind any bear case for GameStop, because I mean that's not really, I'm not really interested in trying to persuade anybody of anything. And I don't really even, let me just say this, I don't even have a bear case for GameStop. That's not the way I look at it. The way I'm looking at it is the case for GameStop is bearish. The data supports that type of outlook. If it supported a different type of outlook, I would be saying the exact opposite, or I would say that about that outlook. I'm not tied to any particular outcome. And that's important because everybody else, at least they proclaim in a self-proclaimed way, they say that they are, because they're holding it too. But I'm not holding it. I've never held it. I have no connection to it whatsoever. I'm not losing a lot of money on it. I haven't made a lot of money on it. I'm not planning on doing either. And that right there should be, really, that should be worth something, I think, to you, because nobody else can say that. Not even Marantz. Not even fucking Marantz. So I have no skin in this game. I have no dog in this fight. I don't care. I do not care. I'm like a market maker. I'm essentially. Now, that's a bad analogy because everybody hates the market makers, and the market makers are the ones who they're bad actors who do malfeasance and crime. But in reality, in the real world, the market makers are the people that have the fucking money in whatever form. They have the capital, so that you can eventually hold some of that capital in the form of securities. So it's an important function. It has to come from somewhere. It has to come from somewhere. So market maker is an essential function. That's kind of just the way it is. There's always has to be somebody in the middle in any auction type scenario or any sale. So, and the house always wins in the sense that the auctioneer gets paid no matter what the item sells for, or if the item even sells, in some cases. So in that sense, yeah, over time, like in a time series, that's how the house wins in that line of business. You know, like similar to the casino. I mean, all the nickels in the slot machine that you don't win with, adds up to way more than those that they pay out in winnings. So, but in terms of the market, it rather than being wheels in a slot machine spinning or electronics that we trust in a black box are random, right? Like modeling the spinning of a wheel. Theoretically, this is different in that sense. But yeah, in terms of like dealer, middleman, market maker, liquidity provider functioning, that an analogous party is the market maker. So that's what we would want to be. In other words, we want to be building and operating the casinos, not gambling in them, which is what a lot of people are doing. Or that's the only viewpoint from which they can view it, because they've already entrenched themselves in a casino game, essentially. So we haven't done that. Excuse me. We haven't done that, and we don't plan on doing that. So that, not so that we can continue, but that's just, it's just not our trade. It's not, we're not doing this. So we're looking at it differently in that very, very important sense. So, okay. I don't even remember what else, why that was anything, but let's go back to this, I guess.
There are some
my throat is
not. There are some people who are just focusing on like one thing to happen, and then we're good to go for it.
So a lot of what this guy's saying, I don't disagree with, just on face value for the statement itself. All right. Anyway. And there's nothing wrong with gambling, responsibly. If that's what you want to do. If you want to be reckless, and be reckless. But you have to own up to whatever it is.
Analysis has a bit of logic.
I don't see a lot of that.
Some people do not have that logic. They're believing in a system, an algorithm, a fractal. That's fine. But we have technical analysis along the way. The best trade is when you have technical analysis, macro patterns, bullish momentum, fundamentals, everything on your side. But here's the thing. We had that in Palantir. We had fundamentals. We had a new military contract. We had a cup and handle. We had an inverse head and shoulders over here. We had many things going for us. I got into this trade over here, $18. And I was saying, well, this is the cup and handle, whatever it is, we're good to go, right? Everything was on our side. The bullish momentum, the artificial intelligence bubble, the this, the that, whatever it is. I got destroyed. I completely lost all my money in Palantir, about $2,000. And I look back and I say, wow, like this is the second play that I've been in, aside from crypto, that I got destroyed, even though everything was telling me we were good to go for a run-up. Everything was telling me we were good to go for a run-up. And the most scam pump I've ever seen in my life happened during the after hours. We had a breakout candle on the 4 hour. We broke out, we retested it, we went sideways.
So what I wanted to say was to Uncle Eric, that I remembered after I forgot, was we don't really have a bear case, but we're interpreting the data that way. So it's the process really that's important. So that's what you can learn from our critique and criticism and analysis of anything, pretty much, I think. I hope that's the goal. Is for evidence-based thinking to permeate everything. So until we get to that, you could tell us what is your bullish case. Now, discounting or removing any bias from being stuck in any trades, if you are, or even considering that aspect of it, just purely from a data standpoint or evidentiary standpoint, why would you argue a bullish case for GameStop or any of these other stocks that that you might be bullish on, and then maybe we can try to I don't want to say spin because that has a connotation, but shift the thinking maybe to show another viewpoint, right? Okay. I gotta find a drink here.
He rejected and died, tested it again, and rejected and died. I got out over here. Unfortunately, Wealth Simple charges $2 per contract, and on a $2,000 trade, right? Around 2,200-ish, I got charged almost $800 in fees. That is disgusting to me. And personally, like after looking at that, I will never play like weekly contracts ever again in my life, or even like monthly. Like I'm only going to delete.
Wait a minute. $800 in fees. $800 in fees. $800 in fees, and they charge $2 per contract. So he had 400 contracts. How much did he? Wait. So he had 400 contracts. I can't remember how much he said he netted. Did he say he profited $2,000 off of 400 contracts? Why would you trade? Why would you be day trading? And he said he got screwed, I think. Or I don't even know, I don't know the P&L of the trade that he's talking about. But he said he got charged $800 in fees, and that Wealth Simple charges $2 per contract to close an options trade, I guess. That's bizarre. So I guess presumably if you had 400 contracts, I don't know how much he closed them for, though. That's the thing. It just doesn't not seem like the right way to structure a trade where you're either making or losing money, setting yourself up for $800 in fees, no matter what. So that you add another $800 to your cost basis. That doesn't make sense. Why would you? That's bizarre. That's bizarre. And maybe he didn't know. So that's wow. Okay.
So the only position that I have right now is my AMC June 2025s. And I have some crypto, but that's for a long 2-year term hold. Everything is down right now. Everything is down. And it's disgusting, right? I called for Coinbase to 205, whatever it was. It went to 187. And I was saying, okay, we came down for a pullback. Anything is possible. But then you know what they did? This is what I'm saying. In the after hours, it's such a scam move. We had this candle in the after hours. In the 4 hour, this is a double top formation. A double top formation. And then we died. Why does this move have to happen in the after hours? Because they catch people off guard.
I mean, why should there be? What type of stuff?
And what we have
price action, trading. You think you're going to control that?
A head and shoulder.
What?
And that pattern, that target, if we form the head and shoulders completely, disgusting.
Oh my God.
Destroyed.
Well, good. Good.
Probably go lower than that with the half.
Good. Good. They deserve to be. That's the attitude that I have. I don't give a fuck about people below $6. I don't give a fuck about anybody at any level. Why? Why do you fucking care? Well, you don't really. Because if you weren't stuck in this trade, like I'm not stuck in this trade or whatever, he wouldn't give a fuck either. He would not give a fuck either. So I don't understand this. Oh, people will be destroyed. Oh, pension funds. Oh, the pension funds. Oh, the retail investors and the pension funds are getting destroyed by shorts. Well, it doesn't work that way. That's not how it works. So no, but even if they were good, they deserve to be. As far as I'm concerned, I don't care.
But we're forming these patterns. And unfortunately, it was confirmed on the extended hours. Now, if we go up, then I'm wrong. But trading the market is such, excuse my language, it's such a bitch sometimes. You have to be glued to the screen. Every candle counts. You have to watch it like a hawk, especially if you're playing options.
I mean,
it can happen like the after hours move. And then you get destroyed. It's annoying, dude. I don't know why people would decide to make this their career job. It's annoying. It's unhealthy.
Wow.
Ever since I've been in AMC, right? And like when these contracts and stuff happened, when it was in the money, I was like, okay, like it was in the money, but it wasn't that much in the money. It was like 70 to 60% in the money, 80% in the money. And I was like, okay, that's okay. But I want more profit than that because like I risk so much. What the heck is 80%? That's nothing.
80 what?
And I eventually
what?
The entire contract.
You're sitting there saying I made 80%, but I want more. Oh, 80%'s okay. What? I can't figure out if this is entitlement or stupidity or ignorance or some combination of all these things. But 80 you're not satisfied with 80%. You want more, and then it dumps, and then they blame the market. Are you kidding me? Are you actually kidding me right now? Wait a minute. I got a soundboard for this.
At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
Amen. Amen.
They still have theta, they still have value, but I lost their entire worth, basically. It's annoying because all of my hard work, all of my studying, all of my technical analysis, it all went out the window. Because why? They set out such a trap. And I don't know if you remember the ape chart. I was trading the ape chart, right? And I was like, wow, like ape looks crazily bullish. We're going to go to $3 on ape, $3 on AMC. That's where we'll meet. Instead, they started seriously hard dumping ape, and ape went to like $1.40 or whatever it was, $1.20. AMC had to chase it, and AMC dropped
I know.
all the way down.
Oh, can you believe that shit? Well, they did this, they did that, they did this.
They painted a gigantic picture on the chart to make it look like it was bullish. And then you got fooled. Everything.
That's what you're saying. Why don't you say it that way? I got fooled. The market fooled me. Because that's what happened. They didn't do anything. There is no they. Are you hearing me? There is no they. There is no they. All right. I got Windows stuff popping up here in front on my screen. So anyway, For some reason, I lost my other connection. All right. Anyway. All right.
Saying, wow, we're really bullish. We will probably meet at $3. This, that, whatever. What ended up happening was all of the dilution, the shares that Antara bought and all that stuff, they sort of postponed that dilution. They artificially inflated Ape to make it look like Ape and AMC were bullish. And then they sold off in great fashion. And now the stock is completely bearish. And people were trying to play the arbitrage because people are saying, like me, even I was saying it's guaranteed money. Because they painted the chart in such a way that it looks bullish, but they
you got fooled because you didn't know that there was no guaranteed money. You thought that there was guaranteed money. Really, you thought that there was guaranteed money in AMC or Ape or whatever the fuck he's talking about. It doesn't matter. It could be anything. There is no guaranteed fucking money. Where do you get this from? Who taught you this? Why do you believe this? And why, if you learned about it on the internet, would you, number one, believe it, and number two, repeat it to anybody and tell them that somebody on the internet told you that there's guaranteed money in AMC stock? I mean, that's just fucking retarded. I'm sorry, but it is. That is irrational. I can't do anything with that. I can't do anything with that type of mentality.
Rug pull.
There is no countering that.
The chart doesn't even exist anymore, so you can't study it anymore. But the Ape chart was a gigantic rug pull. And it's crazy because the only reason why Ape was so bullish was to get a vote for further dilution. And Antara had a huge short position, and we sold them shorts. Like, we sold them shorts. We sold them Ape, and then they pumped up Ape artificially to a certain level, and then they sold off their entire position, which caused AMC to fall greatly. In my personal opinion, it looked like fraud. It looked exactly like fraud because I was watching these charts like a hawk, and I was saying, wow, the arbitrage is...
Oh, is he using his...
a lot of things going for us. We're a meme stock.
His certified public accountant credential to come to that conclusion, or what? Or is it just that you lost money on all those option contracts? Like, seriously. There it is, the F word. Yeah, I know. Fraud. Fraud. Well.
Ooh, yeah. I'm going to have to go ahead and sort of disagree with you there.
We would probably meet at $3. Around this price over here, $30 to $20. That was my guess. We met at $17 to $14, or like $19, whatever it was. And then Aaron,
it's called reality, Uncle Eric. And it's not a bad place to try to put yourself.
700 million in cash.
Because it actually is.
Your investor fan base just took a huge
infinitely more interesting than these brain dead narratives.
You know what I mean? He immediately
for sure
dilution. We immediately fell, and then
for sure
again, and then exactly it happened again. Every time there was a point of interest or a place where the stock can rebound or move, we immediately dilute at those levels. Saying this, and I spoke to...
I'll be damned.
To him anymore.
I'll be damned.
But I used to, talk to BAM Investor on Twitter. Similar chart.
BAM.
Every single time that AMC reaches a climax point, like right over here when AMC was going to break out during August.
It was going to break out. Even just that right there.
It's going to break out.
It's going to break out. No, it's not going to break out. You interpreted a pattern of lines on a screen, and that breaking out, incidentally, would mean that you would make a lot of money. Just like Tom Vu promised us. You're going to make a lot of money if you come to my seminar. Come to my seminar. You're going to make a lot of money. But when was this? When was this here? Is he talking about this one? He's talking about where the blue arrow is pointing. Sorry, I realized that I don't have it displayed. He's talking about this. Really, you're talking about this here in August of 2022. Oh, that's the ape thing. That's the ape reverse split conversion. Okay. Well, I can say with 100% confidence that we on this channel said the exact opposite thing. And, oh, guess what? The exact fucking opposite thing that this clown said happened. And I'll say it that way because I'm not here to brag or to pump up my ego like people like Marantz, and others are here to do. I'm just looking at this shit from the most realistic, objective, evidence-based standpoint that I can. And everything that we looked at leading up to this suggested, didn't prove, didn't even really show, it suggested that there was a great probability that exactly this would happen. You'd have a pump and dump. And that's exactly what happened because that's exactly what had always happened in similar cases. Not reverse splits and conversions, but just these price run-ups, which incidentally coincide with market-wide short covering rallies. So it's just not that hard. Well, okay. It's simple, but it's not but it's not easy. The concepts are simple, like and I'm not saying that this was obvious. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying it was obvious to us that this would happen. I'm saying that there was a large probability that something like this would likely happen. And there's a difference there. Okay, whatever. You could call it mental gymnastics if you want. But at the end of the day, it's whether you're looking at it as a distinct, whether you're looking at something from a probability standpoint or whether you're looking at it from a binary standpoint, a yes or no. This will happen or this won't happen, or, there's an 80% chance or there's relatively more of a chance versus less of a chance, and adjusting your strategies based on that. So even if you thought that this was a likely strong possibility, you still don't overinvest because it's not unheard of that this pattern is violated, even though it had happened several times before, every time the same. And this is at GameStop too, and all these crap stocks. It's possible that it could have gone the other way because it is a probability. And even in 80-20, sometimes the 20 happens. So, in which case we would be following that evidence, following that reality, and updating accordingly. But yeah, I don't care for the way that he's talking about this, and it's not so much that I don't care for it. It's just kind of ignorant. It's not a good approach, and that's not like my opinion, man. Like that's, well, I suppose it is, but this type of stuff is understood by a lot of people. I mean, I'm not saying anything new. And that's why I say I'm not trying to brag, because I learned all this shit just from, listening and learning and screwing up and all that kind of stuff. But everything that these guys don't want to do, actually, everything that I saw earlier in that live stream where Uncle Eric was, and I'm not saying it was him necessarily, but the streamer and a lot of the participants in the chat were delusional. They were under delusions. They were not being in any way objective, rational, or intelligent about what they were choosing to spend their money on. That's the impression that I got. Because I mean, I took the time to offer quite a few detailed, comments that were just either wholesale ignored or glossed over, and minimized or responded to with a straw man argument. So I was not impressed at all with that, and whatever. I mean, there's just opinions are like assholes. Everybody's got one. So that doesn't mean that they're worth a shit. Doesn't mean it. It doesn't mean that anybody should pay attention to it. Congratulations. You have a stream. And I say this about myself too. Congratulations, Scott. You have a stream. Who cares? I'll be the first to admit I don't know why anybody cares. Because it could be anybody asking these questions and pointing these things out. There's nothing special about this. This is shit that a high school teacher could do. I mean, honestly, it's shit that a sixth grader could do. Let's be honest here. This is shit that a sixth grader could do better than a lot of these fucking clowns, like this clown.
Look on the chart. It was extremely bearish.
You got fooled.
Dumb news. Same thing happened over here. Same thing happened over here. Same thing happened over here. Like we're about to break out. And Aron somehow brings out news about dilution, ape, or whatever it is. Bearish news. The price instantly gets shorted all the way down.
Well,
and that is why
it
looks like Aron is.
The price doesn't get shorted all the way down. Now, what the fuck are you talking about? Okay, here, let's hear this.
Same thing happened over here. It was extremely bearish, and Adam announced dumb.
I mean, just on the surface.
Same thing happened over here.
On the surface of what he's saying, they announce some dumb news, and the price goes down. Then they announce some more dumb news, and the price goes down. And then they announce some more, and what do you know? The price goes down. Well, maybe that's because it's bad news. It's bearish. It implies a negative outlook for the company. Does it? Do these things imply positive outcomes or negative outcomes for the company? I mean, I don't know. I don't care. But that's the question that one has to ask. Like, what does this actually do to the value of holding this stock in the future? Because that's what you should care about. It's not about what's happening now. What's happening now is the setting up of what's about to happen. And that, you have to shift to that time frame, that way of looking at, if you're talking about fundamental type of shit like this. But, that's not even necessarily what matters right now or ever, for that matter. At any given point along the way, at any given point along the circle, you have a certain angle of a tangent line, but you're still going around in a circle, but you're only moving one step around the circumference every day. So it doesn't seem like on an intraday basis that you're doing anything. But after, 360 days, you've gone all the way around the circle. I mean, that's why I say a sixth grader can understand this. There's nothing here. So, you looking at short-term price action and daily price action is way different, and intraday is way different from looking at, an overall trajectory, a range, a valuation range that's based on not only the fundamentals of the company, but the sentiment in the market, which is a piece of it, and also the sentiment of institutional investors, and that's another part of it, which nobody wants to talk about or pretend that matters. But you have people like the previous streamer. I forget. I don't even remember. Manuel, who was that? Or whoever's here. Who was that anyway? That streamer. Anyway, Yeah, saying things like, well, that what I forget. I lost my fucking train of thought here, looking over that chat, trying to find it. Anyway, doesn't matter. I go off on these tangents.
Happened over here. Same thing happened over here.
Yeah, bad news. Not necessarily for right now. And that's how you get these overlapping kind of realities where, okay, on one hand, yes, the company has X, Y, and Z, which is, positive for now, for right now, for like operating concerns right now. But you also have these other actions happening that are maybe penciled in further out in time, like bond repayments, loan payments, lease payments, and things like that. Deferred payments of all kinds, because just like with options and other derivative type things, time is an element. Time is an important element, and not everything happens now. And so finance accounts for that. Okay.
When we look like we're about to break out, and Aron somehow brings out news about dilution, ape,
so
it is.
he's implying that there's a causal link. He's implying a cause and effect thing here, right? Aron somehow happens to, or is able to come out with news to kill the squeeze again. It's fulfilling a pattern. It's part of a narrative. That's what I'm seeing. I mean, who knows? Is there evidence for that? I don't think so. I haven't seen it. And I've looked at a lot of stuff here, but I mean, look for it and see, but why would that even make sense though? That's my question. What's the overall conspiracy there, and who stands to benefit from it? And doesn't Aron benefit if AMC does better, not worse? I don't know. I guess maybe if you believe hedge funds paid off these people, these CEOs or something. I don't know. But it seems rather brain dead to me to say that Aron is, helping the hedge funds, and that's where his loyalty and allegiance lie, and that wouldn't you have to? I don't know. Seems like you'd have to say the same thing about Ryan Cohen, but I mean, but in his case, I mean, he's friends with Carl fucking Icahn, right? I mean, the double standards over there at Stupid Stonk are pretty crazy. They're actually pretty crazy. They do a lot of mental gymnastics. Okay. James, yeah. I think points taken on that. I think we got that one. And at the end of the day, I have an uncensored large language model app on my PC here, and it's absolutely fascinating what you can get it to say, what you can get it to write about. A lot of these things that I won't even mention, but that James mentioned. So just for funsies, to see if it would, from an art. This is purely an artistic endeavor, pushing the limits of this medium and seeing what I can manage to get out of it. And I'll tell you, I think I may have posted some of it over in Telegram chat at one point. Some of it was actually, some of it was terrible. Some of it was fantastic. But Freedom GPT, it's called Freedom GPT. If anybody's interested, it's free, I believe. I mean, I certainly didn't pay for it. Doesn't mean it's not free. I mean, it doesn't mean it's free. But anyway, yeah. So, yeah. Yeah, look it up. It's kind of fun. It's kind of fun. Kind of fun. Not because of that. Not because you get it to say, and it's not as good. You'll see that it's not the same as like a Chat GPT 3.5 or whatever. It's a much smaller model. It's a lot slower. It's way slower. It's like dial-up modem versus fiber optic connection difference between Chat GPT and this. But there are things that Chat GPT, as you know, will not address. And some of it's retarded. Some of it is dumb that it won't talk about it because it's like, well, this is, yeah, sure, it's an unpleasant topic and whatever. But maybe they can't trust it. I don't know. I don't know. It's got to be a liability thing. But liability thing. But see, that's the beauty of well, I don't know. I thought that was the beauty of open source software. You know, not being tied to corporate interests. Well, but OpenAI, are they really? I don't know what kind of corporation they are. Anyway, whatever, it doesn't matter. It just like Tesla, they now have competitors. So anyway, just generally here about the futures real quick. It just seems like everything's kind of going sideways, right? It's what usually happens. Yeah. 0.1%, fifth of a percent, right? No, 0.14, whatever. Yeah. So we'll continue to see what happens as other markets open too, because this is a global financial system that we're a part of, and other markets do impact everything else. So we'll see what happens. Well, the first full week of operations back after the new year. So it might get interesting. We'll see. Anyway, let's come back over here.
Is bearish news. The price instantly gets shorted all the way down.
But that
is why.
How do you know?
It looks like.
How do you know?
Shorts.
How do you know that it got shorted all the way down? I mean, unless your brokerage platform tells you, oh, this was shorting, this was regular selling. There's no way to know that. It's not something that you can discern in and of itself. I mean, you might be able to put a picture together retroactively, which is, by the way, not the retroactive DD that we're going to do tonight, or that we're doing tonight, I suppose. But you could correlate, but you have to take a lot of things into account there, and you have to shift some dates because of settlement and all that kind of stuff. But you can't say to sit there and say that they shorted it all the way down because of this news is ignorant. That's an ignorant way to look at it. I'm just going to be straight up. That's not true. That's not why. I don't know why, but I can tell you that that's not why, if that makes sense. And I think it does make sense. If you just stick with us, you'll see that the reality of it is, the market is going to trade. The market is going to do what the market's going to do, essentially, which is it is what it is thing. It may fit into a pattern. It may not. It may observe a head and shoulders. It may not. It may go up on good news. It may not. It may go down a little bit on bad news. It may go down a lot. It may go up a lot. If you're trading, it doesn't matter. You are trading. I mean, I'm I am an advocate of price action trading. That's what I do. I trade the price action. I don't care about the company. I don't care about anything else. I mean, really, at the end of the day, I don't even really put that much thought or care into indicators. Although a few basic ones, a couple moving averages and something like that, maybe a momentum indicator. I'm just going off of what the price action's doing. And can I pick up any type of discernible signals or patterns on a very short-term basis so that I can jump in and ride that train to the next stop and jump off with a pocket full of money, basically. You know, that's what you're trying to do. If you're trading short-term, day trading or swing trading, day trading options, that's what I'm trying to do. I don't care about any of this other bullshit. I don't care if it was shorting or not. It doesn't matter if it was shorting or not. It went down. There was a lot of selling. And the degree to which the price may bounce at some lower level, you know, is a mixture of short sellers covering short positions for a profit at lower levels and people buying entering long positions, which essentially you're not really, that's not the same participant as the short closing their position, right? They have to buy, okay? When you're opening a long position, you're buying with the intent of holding that share. They're buying with the intent of returning it to somebody. So they're not really going long, you know, in that way. They're closing a short position. They're actually eliminating an exposure to that equity. So that's why I also say that the number of shares in the float, all of this discussion about all of that, synthetic shares, all that garbage, it doesn't matter. It's completely irrelevant. That's a known function of the market. That's the way it works. Nobody is talking about that. It's not a factor at all in what's happening in stocks. It's not. And that's the whole basis for this fraud claim and all this garbage. And it ultimately has devolved into a, please don't leave us, don't let me be the last one holding. When in reality, you're holding Charles Ponzi's worthless stamps, essentially, basically.
Whoever it is, the market maker, it looks like they're working and they know.
The market maker. Let me go back just a little bit here.
Price instantly gets shorted all the way over here. When we look like we're about to break out, and Aron somehow brings out news about dilution, ape, or whatever it is, bearish news, the price instantly gets shorted all the way down. And that is why, personally, it looks like Aron is working with the shorts. Whoever it is, the market maker, it looks like they're working and they know secret information. And when we learn about things like Project Popcorn, we learn about things like Citibank working with AMC like 10 years ago. We learn about some things and I'm like, bro, this stock is very, very fishy. The way that it's moving is very, very fishy.
Well, right? So what he just did there was he just defined a term that we use here called retroactive DD. He just did some retroactive DD. He ran through the retro DD, by which I mean he's talking about learning about what's going on, how it works, how everything works, the stock, the company, the market dynamics, learning about all of that stuff after you've already dumped a bunch of money in and gotten yourself stuck. You did it retroactively. No, you're supposed to do it first. You're supposed to look into it first and then make a decision about whether you want to risk any money and then how much money do you want to risk, right? No, that's not what happened here. They jumped into it head first because it looked like it was a sure fucking thing. And somehow this guy was able to convince himself that it was enough to be down so much money that he is making these videos, trying to pump it. That's seemingly what is happening here. I don't know why else anybody would. I wouldn't come on here and say, yeah, guys, I lost a lot of money. And everything's manipulated. But for some reason, I'm still sitting here saying that it can squeeze, I guess. I don't know. Keep hope alive. All we're saying is give peace a chance. I mean, I don't understand what maybe he'll get to it. Maybe I just stopped it so much and interjected my own bullshit that I missed it. But I mean, I'm not seeing it here. I'm seeing a lot of good reasoning to stay away from retroactive DD and any of these stocks, incidentally, because of the DD, retroactive DD. But this is not. Again, why would Aron conspire with the short sellers or market makers when a big chunk of his compensation is actually in AMC stock? That's how he gets paid. A big chunk, millions of dollars of his salary. Why would he want the price to go down? I'm simply asking that basic question because that's not what anybody will ever tell you anywhere who actually works at a corporation, has a job, is an adult, is in high school. I mean, this is some wacky, bonkers, fucking upside down and inside out bullshit that would be the case. Otherwise, you need evidence for anybody to entertain that. If there's evidence, that's a different story. But anybody can speculate about anything that they want to. There's no reason to believe it. For some reason, in this community, things get latched onto because of massive, impending, unrealized losses. This is the bias I'm talking about. Full circle we've come. One degree every day for a year. We've been talking about this shit. Actually, 2 years. And we're back around again to the beginning. And we're going to repeat all the same slides on the carousel. Boomer types out there and Gen Xers and older millennials remember the slide carousels. Now usurped by PowerPoint and at all. But anyway, I digress. But we're going to replay the slide deck. Let me update this to 2024. We're going to replay the slide deck. Is that, let's see here. Well, we got a subscriber from Uncle Eric. Well, that's good. Thank you, sir. Something different and good. That's the only thing, I mean, hell, that's what we're going for. But that's the way I think it should be seen. But, it's not the way everybody sees it. Some people are threatened by it. There's a shill. You're a shill. AMC shills say this. AMC shills say that. Yep. So, yeah, that was a thing. That happened. That was a thing. Oh, and I know Lynn knows what a slide carousel is, and I 60 to 70% expect her actually to own one, or 80% to have ever owned one in her life. Because, yeah, it's cool. It's cool old tech. But I'm sure it was revolutionary at the time. On AMC, on GME and not AMC. I mean, and this is, let me just expound on this point again here because this is important. It doesn't matter. Like, I'll look at if somebody has a GameStop video, we'll look at it and critique that. But as most people here probably figured out, I don't actually just sit here and do due diligence on stocks. Like, I'm not doing research, and I'm not putting out videos on, hey, this one's setting up for Head and Shoulders and blah blah blah. That's not what I'm trying to do at all. And so don't make that mistake of thinking that, now having said that, you can probably glean some shit from what we talk about, or what we say, or what is said about the stuff that is presented. Like, this Joe Gown go down in history as the worst trader guy here. But we're into criticism, and it's not, and that let me also clarify, that is not to be taken in a negative connotation. Criticism, and its purest sense, is not cutting something down and saying bad things about it. It is picking it apart and evaluating those parts and putting it back together and evaluating it together, having also seen it apart. In my mind, that's what criticism is. I'm going to look at it. I'm going to really look at it and say, look at this. Would you look at that? And I'm going to say, I took one look at it and I said, would you look at this? And be able to say something about it that's informed. Right? So the idea is, through criticism, we can learn what to do and what not to do to be effective. Because we also have the benefit of knowing what happened. We can look at old stuff and say, okay, here's what was predicted. Well, here's what actually happened. We can compare the theory to the results of the experiment, right? And to that, I bring in the words of Dr. Seth Putterman from the University of California, Los Angeles, I think UCLA, when he says,
nothing is too wonderful to be true that it can't be reproduced in another experiment. And this is what distinguishes science from religion.
Indeed, it is what distinguishes science from religion. Because what you have here in this meme stock affair is you have, and this is even a liberal use of this term, okay? Like, there's another term that's more fitting. It's a subtype. But what you have here essentially is a religion. And more specifically, you have cult. You have a set of cults. Because these things are not based on anything that can be reproduced in another experiment, so to speak. Because we can compare the results of what was said with what happened. And it doesn't match up. It never matches up. So what does that tell us about the probability of it matching up in the future? It doesn't tell us that it's going to happen the same way. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying it's seemingly indicating a higher probability of something similar happening in the future. And staying on the margins, you can skirt your way through it and be pretty successful, I think. I mean, not that I'm even doing that. I'm not even doing that. I'm not even trying to trade this or anything. But it doesn't seem like it would have been that hard to do. And I know we have people here who did. Lynn, are you saying that I sound like Al from Boston on Dramamine? Or you're talking about the guy? Oh, okay, never mind.
The shorts are done with their
I understand. And why aren't you?
We'll have our now. I think we're close. I genuinely.
Here we go.
The technical.
Here we go.
Adds up to the date about January 26th in that range, but anything can happen.
Have another diamond hydrogenate tablet. You're gonna need it.
God, if we somehow, I don't know how we're gonna do it. If we somehow get to $25 to $26, right? Whatever that price is in that range, and Aron releases some negative news. I don't know how he will do it, but if he releases negative news on that day, bro, I'm gonna make a GoFundMe to launch an investigation into this entire chart. I like lawyers, like real lawyers, not just like me. Like I'm not gonna whatever. I mean real lawyers,
like Wes Christian, right? Wes Christian, the real securities lawyer, or maybe he means Brenda Hamilton, securities lawyer. Yeah, I know, Lynn. I was just being dumb. It was interesting timing. So anyway, yeah. Brenda Hamilton.
Serious collusion going on. How he will do it. But if he releases negative news on that day, bro, I'm going to make a GoFundMe to launch an investigation into this entire chart. I like lawyers, like real lawyers, not just like me. Like I'm not going to whatever. I mean real lawyers. Because there would be some serious collusion going on. When on a technical analysis level, it looks like we're about to break out again. And then there's bad news for some odd reason, whatever it is. And then another like accumulation stage. That would look very fishy to me. So keep in mind.
Oh, okay. So what if it looks fishy?
A mere announced ape dilution.
It looks fishy, but I mean, don't you also have to recognize that the market can reverse at any time for any reason? Like, who knows? And you can't even really say that it was because of this or that. You can't. You could say, well, there's, again, it's probabilities. This is all probabilities. There's a greater chance that it's probably going to be affected by this, or that it was affected by this. Or there's less of a chance because of this reason or that reason, and provide actual data points that's in terms of an analysis would support that. But it's not indicative of a conspiracy. Certainly not. I mean, you need like actual evidence that links it then, which I suppose he's saying he wants to do an investigation to see, but you also have to have some kind of probable cause, right? Or some reason to think that. And I'm saying there is none. The reason is because you losing money. That's the reason. That's all it is these clowns can't be honest with themselves that hey, you know what? I bought into a fucking scam. And I held in a scam. And maybe, somewhere along the line, there was somebody who was being dishonest to me. They were being dishonest, and I listened to them, and I made a bad decision based on that dishonest information. Okay? And then we absolutely think that the people who were pushing and are pushing zero gain here, bad and misinformation, incorrect information, lies, manipulative data, all this kind of stuff, anything fraudulent, it's all fraudulent. All the stuff I'm talking about, it would constitute fraud or misrepresentation. We absolutely think that those people should be held accountable, and at the very least should have to return any ill-gotten gains from proceeds from these lies and mischaracterizations of the truth. 100%. I mean, there is no question in my mind that should happen. Trey Collins and Matt Kohrs and all those clowns from 2021, especially when the groundwork was laid, the first course of bricks was laid. They should be held accountable by disgorging any ill-gotten gains. And it's not going to come back. It's not going to come to the apes. I'm sorry. You're not going to get money out of it. But justice will be served. And that money will go back to AMC, I think. I don't know. It was option trade, so I'm not really sure. I don't even care if the money gets burnt. And in fact, that's what should happen. Let's use it to bust inflation too. Get back at the $1 million and burn it. Get rid of it. Nobody gets it because it was never legitimate in the first place. From its inception, actually, all the way back to the Fed, all the way back to its source, it was always basically used for fraudulent purposes. Think about that. That's deep, isn't it? But I'm not even really being that jokey there. I mean, that's closer to the truth, I think, than not. That all that money that went into pumping these stocks and the market in general, all of it ultimately, I mean, it's not going to go bye-bye. Some of it has. Some of it absolutely has. But that's where you want to look for your source. That's your source of it. But was it fraudulent? Okay, maybe that's a little harsh. Is it fraudulent? It's fraudulent. It was part of a fraudulence operation. It got frothy, like your cappuccino milk. So anyway, I'm just dropping things here. All right. Well, we might as well finish this video and then actually move on to something better.
Here, court case.
Yeah, right.
Over here.
Yeah, right.
Technical bottom, where we should.
If anybody wants to come in this goddamn chat, this voice channel chat, please come into Telegram and join the YouTube live video voice. It's not video, but technically it's a video chat, but we use it for voice chat. The cameras are off, don't worry. So we got a radio face too. But yeah, especially any of you guys that have been around in there lately, feel free. I honestly believe that the audio is going to be better this time, and I don't think that it's going to be muted when it shouldn't be. And please don't leave me. Please don't leave me. Please don't leave me. He's not even...
He's not even in the Discord. That guy's not even in the Discord.
She doesn't even go here.
Do you even go to this school?
Bottom at $10. 350 million dilution. Over here, when we hit the macro bull flag, right here, another 350 million dilution. It just looks fishy, man. It just looks fishy. And I realize that I got completely played, then I understand it's the market. But if I got completely played and it was collusion and fraudulent matters and a lot of stupid garbage stuff.
What if collusion and all the fraudulent garbage stuff is the market? What if that's the way everything is?
This is not a free market.
I don't think you have a case then.
You'll see reports of Adam Aron saying...
But I don't think that's necessarily the case. But
New York Stock Exchange for an investigation.
Who knows?
Did he investigate himself how the chart lines up exactly with his announcements?
Yes. Yeah, he did.
It's pre-planned. It looks like it's pre-planned. Whenever we're about to break out...
Oh.
Adam Aron
here it is. Here it is. Is that... I mean, that seems like a bit of a red flag.
All
right, we're going to call a technical red flag on that one. It looks like it's pre-planned. This is one of those prepaid stock markets. It's not like the Verizon, standard postpaid account, they don't trust you enough. Your credit's not good enough. You need to go with the prepaid stock market option. What? I mean, especially at this point, let's look at the chart real quick on AMC. I don't even want to look at the price because it don't matter. It don't. I'm gonna mute the goddamn candles anyway, or hide. And technically, it's the same. All right, I just want to look at the volume, but new pane above. There we go. Right? All this, okay. And I always have to look and see what is the float. I always forget. Is it 163 or something like that? Let's see how close I was. 197. Okay. 190. So 200. Let's just call it 200 for ease, for sake of, ease. 200 million shares. Okay. 200 million shares, and the highest points of volume in the last period, the last, quarter, 2 quarters, was here on September 6th, 2023 with, what do we got here? 84 million shares. And then we got this one here on November 9th for 63 million shares. And one of these is centered, well, it's not centered around, but they're both near earnings. One of them was near the reverse split conversion operation. Okay, just to put it in context. But this volume comparatively is elevated to this volume. But this volume over here is working with what? A much smaller float, right? In fact, we can even put that on here as an indicator. You know what? This is some next gen shit, actually. Now that I think about this, now that I think about what he said, this is pretty next generation right here. Isn't it? Well, I don't know about that. Because it's not even correct. Is it? Is it correct? It says 58 million. No, that's not what they even say over here. Now, this is float shares outstanding, which kind of in itself is a contradictory thing. Maybe it's yearly. I don't know. I thought it worked better than that. I've used it and it was better than that. Is it because I'm on daily? No. In fact, don't I have it? Financials, statistics, total common shares outstanding. There we go. That's what I wanted, isn't it? Yes. Okay. There we go. So look, here's the reverse split conversion. So now this is all adjusted with this being the normal level, which reflects reality now. 198 million, 200 million, right? So reverse split conversion. Here you would have had, this would have been your 500 million here. So, and so on. The volume was way up, but so is the dilution. So that's what I was trying to show. And then if we put the price on here, if I can get it back. Oh, it's here. That's right. It's here. It's going to be in the middle now. Oh, well. Stuck in the middle with AMC. So, they tried to say, the influencers tried to say at one point, oh, AMC likes dilution. It goes up on dilution is good for AMC because of this right here. They saw this. And I don't know if it was the influencers. I don't know if it was the AMC faithful or the hedgy. And this, I'm being facetious here. the hedgy pre-planners of this. You know, I don't know. But the float was being multiplied by several factors here. The price jumped up too, and volume was actually down. That's actually false here. I need to bring this way, because now what we can observe so here it is. We don't even need the common shares outstanding, so we just minimize this here to that. But and let me put it back in the normal way so that everybody's not as confused as I am when I look at this. I do want it a separate pane though below. All right, there we go. So what do we see there? Okay, Lynn will be coming in. She just needs to finish a task. Awesome. Brenda Hamilton, securities lawyer. Yeah, she's great. So here we have volume. We have a volume divergence. So we have a much higher price on a lower relative volume here. See this? So top is price. Middle. Okay, fine. We'll just call it bottom and get this out of here. Bottom is volume. So on this longer term scale here, daily, on a daily long term scale. And this, of course, it's the same thing on a weekly scale. But these types of things that, you know, I'm not saying that you could have traded off of this, although maybe you could have, right? What you got price going one way and volume going the other way in a relative sense. So price went up, volume went down. Volume was lower on this higher move in price than it was on the lower higher move, which happened with more volume last time. Okay? So a divergence, and I would say a negative divergence. We know that it's easier in some ways for certain participants in the market to affect bigger price swings when the volume is lower, right? That's why these days that happen around the holidays, holiday weeks, when we have 4-day weeks or shortened days, things like that, they are able to kind of swing the price more because there are fewer people filling in those intermediate price levels in the order book. So the price jumps around a lot. There's a lot of volatility. So the general notion of higher on lower volume is something that's very much known and understood and as a part of market dynamics. So do you trust? Okay, here's a question, and this is just kind of the market knowledge that I operate with. Does it imply a strong move if you have this type of divergence here? No, it doesn't. So you're going higher, but you have fewer shares being traded, which implies that each one is kind of, in a sense, is more movement per share, right? More velocity, I think, which means probably the price is going up very quickly. It's probably moving around very quickly, large moves, punching through other support and resistance levels, or what will become them as it plays out and the unwinding occurs. But yeah, this is not a great bullish looking, from a retroactive DD, technical, whatever you want to call it, technical analysis standpoint, or just looking at the price and the volume and how they converge or diverge. And there's a divergence here. Okay. So anyway, now here, how about this? Here you see a dump in price on greater volume. Is that bullish or bearish? I don't know. Depends on which ape you ask, I guess. What are bondholders doing with their newly acquired AMC shares? Are probably framing them, putting them down in the home theater room of the summer house in the Hamptons as a souvenir. I don't know. I have no idea. Frothy flatulence. So just some like overall things that I am seeing here on this. I have no idea if any of these other stocks look similar or not. And I'll just look at one more just for fun. But I don't know if it's going to indicate the same thing at all. And it doesn't appear to. Maybe it does. I mean, here you have the biggest up move correlating with the largest volume. But you still had the same denouement occur over time, which is not a testament to the strengths of technical analysis, or it could just be, making a good educated guess. Or it could be that, there's too much baggage here in terms of beyond pure technicals and mechanics at work in the psychological aspects or sentiment aspects of these types of stocks to even come to any of these conclusions, because we're just looking at one out of context. Every stock has its own context, and its own set of circumstances, context. What else can you say? Sure, things move together, but yeah, birdcage paper. Well, that's what they're using the AMC shares for? Yeah, good. That's hilarious. That is funny. All right.
They'll have probably one or two more legs to go down. It is annoying. And I hope Adam Aron finally flips the switch and we're good to go for the bull side, because I am telling you, a lot of people got robbed. See, I took June 2025's and
got robbed. Okay. And what switch would Adam Aron flip? Lynn, I need you on this, but if Adam Aron had a switch that he could flip, why in the fuck wouldn't he have flipped it by now? I don't know. Like, clearly there is no switch. Maybe there is. And I'm just not hip to it because I'm not a CEO, but it doesn't seem like it's the CEO's fault necessarily. Okay. Let me rephrase that. The CEO is not responsible for ensuring that investors in the company of which he is the CEO trade any stock, including that of his company, in a profitable manner. He's not their trading coach. He's not their stockbroker. He's not their buddy. He's not anything. He is the the CEO of a company whose stock these people happen to own. He does not care about you. He probably cares less about you than you do about him. We put it that way. So to call Adam Aron a catalyst at this point is pretty absurd, especially when you have the other half of people think that he's a snake and a private equity guy who's been sent to destroy AMC from the inside with private equity tactics. You know, like eliminating board members and confusing the fuck out of the investors and whatever else. Okay? What I'm saying is that may be the case. Hey, it may be the case. But until anybody shows any evidence of a conspiracy, either, I don't know how you do that, then, I don't know. The YouTuber mentioned in a video today that he's schizophrenic. He should not be trading meme stocks. Yeah, that's not really the market you want to be in, I don't think. You do not want to be trading meme stocks. I'm going to get through this video here, and then I'm going to say hi to Lynn in the chat.
Go.
She's in the voice chat.
Whatever happens to the price, but I have a year and a half to go for a potential play to ridiculous numbers. A lot of people didn't have that. A lot of people, their contracts expire on January 19, 2024. They're going to get destroyed. A lot of people all the way over here who didn't sell, they played shares only, they got destroyed. The furtherness of destroying corruption is getting on my mind. And you can say whatever you want to say. You can say that it's a legitimate market, man. We just got fleeced. The way that Antaro entered AMC, they got a $300 million shares at all-time lows. 60 cents was ridiculous, but they got shares at that price. And then they sold it all during the dilution during the reverse split and merger, the dilution process, and that's how we're at all-time lows. Yeah, it was a game. It was a little bit like a hitman job. We got played. And if you don't think we got played, just look at the chart. Make a chart and see where every time Adam Aron announced bad news, right on certain like points of interest, we got played. Anyways.
Well, you think they're points of interest, but
it is what it is. Thank you for listening.
Maybe they were, maybe you identified points, the exact points of interest that a corporation should affect dilution. And congratulations, we should just give you an MBA because you figured it out on your own. I don't know, but that is a bunch of fucking whining and crying about, happening to lose money on a trade, that you over leveraged yourself on. If it's a problem for you, then you can do like one of two things. You can either incorporate that into your strategy, and try to use that knowledge and understanding that you have, that unique knowledge and understanding, the smoking guns that you have discovered, to your advantage, either by taking action or strategically not taking action. Okay? Like not trading because this is a scam today. Fuck you. I'm not I'm not giving you my money because I can't trust this. I don't know what's going to happen, and I don't really want to find out. So I'm going to go do something else. I'm going to go spend some money instead of make it. But anything else, oh, we got robbed, oh, we got played, oh, this and that, cry me a fucking river. The original one, not any of this, newfound boy band shit. I'm talking about probably, I don't know, Hoagie Carmine. I don't know who wrote that. Anyway, I wish I could. That should be in the public domain, right? Is it not? Let's go to the futures and say hi to Lynn, who's here, I think. And I have to make sure that we can hear her. So keep talking.
Oh.
Keep
Okay.
talking.
Sense would be if you're okay.
Yeah.
What I'm gonna say.
I know that she's being heard by the stream. I just can't hear her yet, but keep going. I will get it right now.
My 2 cents is
Maybe.
if you want to be upset with somebody, be upset with
Nope.
the board of directors, not the
Oh,
because
there it is.
the CEO just
Now I gotcha.
approves what the board of directors bring to him.
Now I gotcha.
Sorry, I've got dogs going. So there might be some background.
Oh, dogs to.
The board of directors that come up with all the great ideas. The CEO doesn't come up with ideas like an AMC NFT or, AMC stubs, or we're going to take crypto. Those are ideas that the board brings to him.
What about chocolate grasshoppers? Who came up with chocolate grasshoppers?
The same people who came up with like deep fried spiders, I guess.
Yep. Yeah.
Like what's wrong with just funnel cake? Some things don't need to be improved.
Yeah. Right.
But yeah, it's the board of directors that kind of bring ideas for the direction of the company. The CEO doesn't come up with all that stuff all on its own.
Right. Yeah. Now he might have brought, in this case, he might have brought stubs because that was his, that was his calling card, was these loyalty programs that he instituted, right? At all of these places like the ski resort and the hotel and the airline and all of this stuff. Now, whether it was his idea, I don't know, but maybe it's just coincidence. Or maybe some poor bastard at the first place that they did it came up with it, and then he took it and went to all these other places and did it. Maybe that what happened. Who knows?
Well, yeah, most good ideas or even bad ideas are just reinvented ideas.
True.
Ideas.
Yes. Well, as a right, as a fan of Steve Jobs on some level, that good artists copy and great artists steal. Right, was what he said, I think. The quote that's attributed to at least Steve Jobs saying it.
That's more or less true. Yeah, it's very hard to come up with new ideas at this point in time.
Yep. Yeah. Or, yeah, I mean, let's see, I think it was last year. It might have been 2021 or 22. I came out, it was, somebody had mentioned putting your head in the sand, burying your head in the sand. Right? Like that's what the apes did. And we talked about that on this channel before. The idea of burying your head in the sand, the ostrich effect, putting your fingers in your ears saying, I'm not hearing you. I'm not hearing you. And what I'm hearing is buy more. And we hear that all the time, see that all the time. It's ignorant. It's known to be ignorant, right? It's a fallacy or at least results in negative outcomes, right? And I was trying to figure out where the fuck that saying came from. And I traced it back to at least to the Bible. It is in the Bible. So they even at those times that was known, as both a natural phenomenon with the ostrich to kind of put its head down in the grass, and also humans to also kind of do the same thing when they want to avoid something. So it's ancient knowledge that the apes don't have, which is also ironic because they're ancient fucking creatures. But anyway, the point here is that I wonder if it's kind of the same thing. I don't know. Anyway, another one. It's infinitely easier to convince. It's infinitely easier to fool someone than to convince them that they've been fooled. And I mean, I don't try to convince people that they've been fooled. That's not what I'm here to do. But I imagine if I were trying to do that, it would be impossible. Because I see people trying to do it, and it is impossible. They don't, by and large, they don't do it. So, anyway.
Well, it's for ostriches, it's a survival mechanism. If they can't see the predator, then the predator must not be able to see them.
Right.
The threat can't see them. So burying your head in the sand is the ultimate denial move I'm not going to acknowledge it, therefore it's not there, which is ultimately magical thinking at its best.
Yes, and we've talked about that a lot too. That's another, like top 5 cult trait or cult characteristic that is evident here. And I don't know if you heard the clip here.
Nothing is too wonderful to be true that it can't be reproduced in another experiment. And this is what distinguishes science from religion.
And it is what distinguishes
science from magic.
Well, right. And I interpret, religion as magic, of course, but magic that doesn't work. You might as well go to the Job Bluth School of Magic in Arrested Development, and I think you'll learn more magic or get more out of it than you will by going to church, but that's just my opinion. But yeah, what these guys are doing here is akin to what is being talked about in that clip, which is it's a complicated, convoluted, long story, but basically it's about a case of academic fraud where a scientist fraudulently reported data that showed something, and a bunch of other people spent a lot of time and money trying to replicate that experiment and were unable to do it. And the ramifications afterwards were great for that original scientist in terms of being, debarred from receiving grant money, having academic censures put on, his record at Purdue where he was a professor, all these things, because he was trying to falsify this. And so what this guy's saying, Dr. Seth Putterman's saying here is, yeah, it's amazing that you said that you proved that cold fusion was a thing, that it was real, that we could do it. But nobody else has been able to do it except for you and people working in your lab. And that's suspicious. So we're not going to accept that's not legitimate. It's not reproducible. And that is what separates science, which is evidence-based, from religion, which employs magical thinking and is not evidence-based, is feeling-based and emotion-based and moral-based, and these things that are, non-tangible, non-physical, non-existent things, really, that you can't measure. There's no objective measurements. But like I said, we have the ability to compare what Ants Trade said would happen with what actually happened last Friday. And we can see that, by and large, for the most part, these guys have been 180 fucking degrees off. They're completely on the wrong end of the earth. So, I mean, it's and if you can use faith to do these things that James is saying, then that's great. Being able to control your emotions and feelings and actions based on faith. And, that's great. At the end of the day, does anybody care why you can control your emotions and feelings and actions? I mean, I would have to say, maybe if somebody were curious, but it's flaunted and it's used not for its virtue, but for the way that it is perceived. So you do it so you can put it on your profile, essentially, not because you care about people or because, you think it's a good thing to do. I'm not saying James does this or any specific person, but human beings in general. Like, I'm trying to explain the perversion of these things, by people. But I don't know. That's just the way I see it. But it seems like, especially now in the social media influencer era, everything is done because we have an idea of how, we have an idea of how we want to be perceived. You know, and I completely understand James is not trying to argue or convince or anything. No. And I am not perceiving it that way. I'm just saying, you know, when we're talking about the stock market or anything that is quantitative, probably, and honestly, not even just quantitative, but I don't want to say intellectual because it makes it sound like I'm saying that religions are for people who don't have intelligence, and I'm not saying that either. But it operates in a different realm as like science and fact, and there's nothing wrong with having faith. Let me clarify that. I'm not saying that either, but we have to make sure that we keep things separate here, especially when we're in the realm of something like finance, which at the end of the day, if you think that Wall Street gives two flying fucks about anything, let alone God, religion, morals, ethics, what is right, anything, I mean, that, you know, that's how we know, you know, that you're probably not quite ready for this. You're not ready for prime time. But because as we've seen over and over, and I always bring up 2008, you know, 5 to 10 million people or families losing their homes. Not that it wasn't partially, you know, the onus being on them, but also acknowledging that there objectively were abusive practices, fraudulent practices. There was shady shit going on by these banks, and they got away with it. And the people didn't. Well, technically they did get away. They got away from home permanently. They went on a permanent vacation. It's like Aerosmith. All right. So anyway, sorry, Lynn, I'm monopolizing here. Just, you know, got to bear with me. You got to be a stern bear around here. Stern bears. Mostly. Mostly misused, and don't blame for people for having faith, for hating faith. I'm sorry. Religion in general is messed up. Yeah, I would agree with this. It doesn't really make sense otherwise to me, and I mean, not that it has to. It's all kind of irrational to even think that, in my mind, when you die, you know, but what is the spirit? What is the soul? What is the element? What is the thing? It's probably not, I mean, who knows? It's energy of some kind or something that makes us conscious. It gives us consciousness and life force. What happens to that? Energy is not created or destroyed. So, you know, how did you square that one? And, you know, if that's the case, then what James said has to be true. I mean, if there is, you would necessarily have to go because of physics. I mean, like I haven't personally seen any act of God that defies physics. Like I just haven't. Not saying it doesn't happen or that hasn't happened or that it couldn't, but I personally have not, and I don't know anybody who has. And I've, you know, the only book that I know of that claims to know that is the Bible, and it's a self-supporting type of thing where, you know, it's like, well, why should I believe what's in the Bible? It's because it's the Word of God. And well, how do we know it's the Word of God? And it's because, well, it's written in the Bible, and that's circular logic, which gets you nowhere. So you can't apply the same standards. That's my point. You can't apply the standards from finance in one into religion, and you can't bring morals and ethics and that kind of shit into the realm of finance and economics, because it just doesn't belong there. Now, James says in your first year econ, positive statements are not that important in the market. And and I think that's one thing that is the problem here is that I just don't know. There's no and James, I'm a Catholic, so maybe I could say recovering, but I went to church a lot, and I've thought about these things a lot, and so yeah, I mean it's I like to think that it's not uninformed, but I know not everybody's going to agree with me, and I know I could be quite acerbic, we'll say, sometimes, right? Like vinegar, acetic. I can be acetic. So that's fine. It's like, you can clean with acidic chemicals or you can clean with alkaline chemicals, but you need to be aware of which one you're using for a number of reasons. And if you're not, you can really mess yourself up. Personalities are kind of like that too, I think. You need, if I know that this person is an asshole, for example, and I'm just talking about myself here. If I know that I'm an asshole, then, I can work with that. But if I just don't want people to be under the delusion that, I'm a saint, I'm some kind of saint, or, whatever. I don't want to be seen like Morantz, okay? I do not want to be seen like Morantz rants at all. In no way do I want to be seen as the perfect gatekeeper of GameStop and GameStop and AMC, which is how he wants to be perceived. Oh yeah, he wants to be the gatekeeper of AMC too. I mean, he hasn't said it, but we all know that he does, right? We all know he really does. No, I can't say that. I don't think he does. I don't know if he does. Don't care if he does, but I can't claim that because I've never heard him utter that. I could say, well, you know what? It likely could. Having haters is how you judge yourself. They all say that. They all say that to some degree. The way that they usually say it is this, like, oh, look, here's this shill again. Oh, here's this bot. Well, we must be getting close. We must be doing something right here. He's coming into my channel. We must be getting close to the squeeze because the shills are coming out again. Like, oh my God. If you think that I'm a paid shill, wow. It's hilarious. Okay. Oh my God, look at this degenerate gambling. SQQQ could literally get you back on all of your AMC stock losses if you play this right.
Check this out. So
here we go. Oh my God.
Amazing week last week, as it went all the way from $13.11 all the way up to $15. Now, we did play this in the Discord and make a considerable amount of money off of this play, but that's not what
That's not what I heard.
I'm here to let you know that this play is extremely risky. Betting against the market can be extremely risky, but based off of the macroeconomic factors and the technicals that I see, I feel like this is a safe bet. Now, just because I feel like it's a safe bet doesn't mean you should too. Do your own research, but I'm letting you know right now that if we do catch the top of the NASDAQ short by using SQQQ as our investment vehicle and then shorting NASDAQ down with 3x leverage, and you catch it at the top, you are going to make an insane amount of money. In fact, this could literally replace your losses from AMC. I'm going to keep tracking this trade. It might take some time.
So what it sounds like...
Check this out. So
what it sounds like he's offering an alternative to Moass. I'm sorry, let me say it the way he says it. Moass. I don't know. I don't know what Lynn thinks about that one, but he just gave you a way to make back all of your AMC losses, supposedly. It's not quite on the level of Elon Musk standing there and saying, well, you know, it's like there's a pallet of money falling from the sky. Like, do you try to save it? Do you try to catch it? You know, and he says, of course you do. Well, I mean, I don't see that pallet of money falling from the sky. But Lynn, what do you think?
Well, you could make your money back, or you could triple your loss.
Yeah.
You know, 50,
Yeah.
50.
Yeah.
Either way, probably more like 70-30, but call it 50-50. Yeah, it's telling people who've lost money on something that was somewhat risky, predictably risky, obviously risky, and the degree of risk was pretty obvious if you were paying attention to, you know,
Yeah.
numbers.
Yeah.
Encouraging those people to now invest in something that is extremely risky and much less understood, even admittedly by him, is I don't know, irresponsible comes to mind as a word I would pick.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's say irresponsible. Just I'm feeling nice today. It's
Well,
irresponsible to say losses, and you can recover your losses by investing in something where your losses could be even more extreme and volatile. And I can't
Right.
tell you how or why, but just do it.
And it's also
You need to do it, but you know, but you might want to do it.
Yeah, it's also a little bit insidious like that, because on some level you would have to know that your audience is vulnerable and that they are possibly more likely to partake in that risky type of behavior, you know, than more than not, more off. Yeah, right. Yeah. It is pretty disgusting. I mean, it's like, and at the end of the day, what's he trying to do? He's trying to keep people tuned into him. Like he said in that one where he was begging his subscriber, you know, to please don't leave me. You have to hold. You have to hold. You guys convinced me to hold. And now you're going to leave? You know, like, no. You need people to stick around so you can make money, because you're not making it trading.
And for anybody who doesn't know what frog boiling is, I'm not advocating actually boiling real frogs. It's a metaphor for the fact that, well, not the fact, but the theory that if you have a frog in a pot of water and you slowly increase the heat, the frog won't notice and jump out. So it's turning up the heat slowly instead of just throwing a frog into a boiling pot of water and it's just going to jump right out, right? Because it's boiling, it hurts. But if you increase that heat slowly, the frog won't notice and he'll stay in the pot. And it's similar to that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, wasn't that a...
Advertised to losing, so now come into this, which is riskier, and you could potentially lose more and faster, but you may not notice because you're already kind of used to losing, so it's not such a shock.
Wasn't that a medieval punishment or way of,
probably,
you know, capital punishment, like boiling? I don't know if they called it frog boiling, but, you know, like burning you at the stake, but not the same. Anyway, but in water. I know they do it in the movies. I've seen it in the movies before, so since we're talking about movies, you know, whatever, it must be. Let's see here. So who else is out here doing AMC videos? Wow, really a bunch of bottom of the barrel bullshit. Donahue George has got some nice garbage out. He's got some nice nonsense these days. So I flew off the handle on one of his comment sections. I don't know if the comments are visible, but that are made by me. But you know, it's just like enough is enough with this crap. So let's see here. Short sellers, naked short, successful companies like Amazon, Tesla, not just AMC. Okay, so he's casting a wider net on naked shorting with absolutely zero evidence for any of it. Oh, this is going to be fucking brilliant.
It's not financial advice, not legal advice, for entertainment, educational purposes only. Anything I say is my opinion. Please don't make any financial decision based on anything I say in these videos. That being said, hit the like button, subscribe button, all that YouTube algorithm stuff so you get the videos I put them out. See what I'm thinking, see them analyze that data. But like I tell every day, the data they release us is false. Man, it gives a false narrative to markets. We can make bad trading decisions. Listen, Aron says that the shorts only attack AMC because AMC fundamentals are bad, and all we have to do is make the company strong, and that will stop the shorting of AMC. Okay? The thesis that these short sellers like to use is they say they only attack companies that they feel they can destroy. And if you become a successful company, you destroy the short seller's thesis. That is absolute nonsense, okay? Absolute nonsense, because here's the thing.
I love when he feels like he's actually got a legitimate point. You can see it on his face right after he finishes his fucking goofy ass fucking retarded disclaimer. Because the other thing I love is the fact that he literally says the data is false, meant to mislead us, and then he usually proceeds to quote some data point and make some brain dead point about it that's completely retarded and ridiculous and false. But so he's not even following his own maxim of the data's fraudulent. So then, by extension, what you're saying is also fraudulent, right, Donnie? Right? Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're saying?
Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're saying? Or are you saying it? What are you saying? Huh?
Oh, fucking clown.
6 most shorted companies in 2023. The top, Tesla. I consider Tesla a successful company, yet they still shorted it to death. Nvidia. I consider Nvidia.
Like there's one reason why you would sell shares short of a company, of any company. Like it's the same reason that there were short sellers selling AMC and GameStop. It's exactly the same for Apple and Nvidia and these companies and Tesla. I mean, give me a fucking break. How little do you understand about any of these companies or the nature of the market in general? Like, why is, in this guy's mind, shouldn't all prices be the same? Shouldn't every stock have the same price then? I mean, think about it. It makes no sense. Every stock has its own context. Now, in 2023, shorting Apple, why would you do that? Because the market went down. Because everything went down. Because inflation went up. And interest rates also went up. So shorting Apple in 2023 is a temporary, that's a shorter term short. I mean, you know it's going to be short term. You don't know how long it's going to be. But, I mean, that's the nature of short selling. That's the lie that's going to tarnish 1,000 truths here, okay, is the false belief that short sellers are trying to bankrupt and run companies out of business. That's absolutely incorrect, unequivocally false. I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but not every company that is sold short or that has a short thesis is going to go bankrupt. In fact, most of them probably won't. Not from that short selling, episode, because it can't. It literally can't. You're not trying to bankrupt a company. You are trying to profit on the decline of a stock. And this guy is so fucking obtuse, dense, thick-skulled, fucking ignorant that he can't even fucking say what it is that he's talking about correctly. And then don't even get him started on naked shorting, because apparently you need the banks to lend you money so that you can naked short a stock. I mean, where did this even come from? I can't even put that together from having every source of every piece of fucking misinformation, FUD, garbage that we've looked at over almost 3 years. I've never heard anybody say that before. Never, not once. That banks are lending the hedgies money so that they can naked short stocks. There is so much wrong with that. There is so much wrong with that. Oh my God. Here's what I say to that.
At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard.
All of the above.
Yet they shorted it to death. Apple, I consider Apple a successful company, yet they shorted it to death.
They shorted it to death. Are you fucking aware, you brain dead fucking idiot? Are you fucking aware that Apple, I don't know how many times in the last 2, 3, 4 month, I don't know, last month or so, hit new all-time fucking highs? So why are you whining and crying about, oh, they shorted it to death in 2023? Yeah, because the market fucking went down. Because they're smart. They made money. You fucking lost money. I mean, I'm getting heated up, fired up. Yes, because this is retarded. Either this guy's being paid to be a fucking public retard, or somebody is not doing their fucking job going through all the fucking reports that I submit about this guy's misinformation, spam, grift, fucking horse shit every fucking day. 8, 12 videos. And reviewing it and deciding that you know what? This is a little bit too far out there. We don't want people to actually think that this shit is true. And God have mercy on your fucking soul if you do, because you are fucked. But holy shit. Holy shit.
Platform.
Sorry, guys. I just can't.
A successful company.
Oh, yeah. Facebook, so fucking successful. How's that metaverse running? How's that, what was the other bullshit that they were trying to do? How's that, I don't know. Yeah, another one, another brain dead tech company going to all-time highs in 2023. But you're crying about it being shorted to death in 2022. He thinks that the short selling is what caused it to drop. He thinks that it was shorted to death and that's why it dropped. And I'm saying you have no clue. The only reason that you know, think about it this way. See, I think that they should take away short interest data. I think it's actually distractive. I think it's actually a distraction. I don't think it matters. I don't think most traders, investors, market participants, whoever, benefit from knowing what the short interest is. I don't think so. Because most people go long anyway. Most people are long on a stock anyway. Most retail investors go long, whether it's for a long-term, like retirement portfolio, or whether it's for a long-term buy and hold, like I just like this industry or sector or this company, or for whatever reason, you think it's going to go up because the market usually goes up. So having a long-term bullish position on something is a good idea, but short-term is different. Things are going to fluctuate. They're going to go up and down. But over the average, over the long term, over a period of years, yes, it's going to go up. It does. I mean, look at that. That's data. That's you could show that. So, I mean, to sit there and again, I don't see why it benefits me to know that right now at this moment, 10% of the shares of Apple or whatever, it's probably not that many, are sold short. It's just that there's that many people represented by that many shares who have a bearish viewpoint in a short-term window. If I'm long on it, why would that change anything about it? If I want to go short on it, why would I pile in? Why would I need to know that there's a bunch of other short sellers as well? It doesn't benefit me to know that. In fact, I don't want to know that. I want to come to the bearish case on my own based on the data, and then I'll short it. So I don't need to know that there's, shares representative of 10% of the float besides the ones that I sold short in the market. It doesn't matter. You can't tell by looking at a chart. It's just selling. So it doesn't matter that a stock was shorted a lot. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't matter because you don't really know. The only way you know it, the only way he knows, and he can sit here and, cry and whine and bitch and moan unnecessarily and for complete ridiculous reasons that all these stocks got shorted to the ground. The only reason he knows that they were is because it was reported. Because he saw some article or ortex or some data, which he says is false, remember, that said, Apple was shorted at its highest levels since 2008 or whatever. I'm making that up, but he found some report of it. He doesn't know that. I don't know. Nobody can tell. But you were told that it was. What if it is wrong? What if it is false and it was meant to mislead you? Well, you just fell for your own fucking bullshit then. You just violated your own fucking rule and got fucked. So I don't see how this guy is not a fucking comatose retard. There's no world that exists where this guy is worth a fucking shit.
They shorted it to death. Microsoft. I consider Microsoft a successful company, yet they shorted it to death.
This is so dumb.
I consider Amazon a successful company.
I don't.
Yet they shorted.
I don't really.
And you know why they're able to short these successful companies to death? Because they can make counterfeit shares of
that is so fucking retarded.
Into the market.
How could they afford to? You fucking collect fucking money when you short sell, you fucking retard. Do you realize that? You're selling something, so you're receiving money from it. You're selling it, so you get paid. Yes, you have to have collateral. But that's not taking a loan from the bank. God, I mean, he can't even describe how it fucking works.
A successful...
But he knows that it's fraud. I mean, get the fuck out of here. This guy should be in fucking jail.
Yet they shorted it to death. And you know why they're able to short these successful companies to death?
Because they have the collateral to do it. It has nothing to do with naked shorts. Don't even fucking say it.
Can make counterfeit shares of any company and short it into the market. They don't need any real shares. And that is why they are fighting the transparency short selling rules that went into effect. If the transparency rules are enforced, because having the rules mean nothing if nobody's going to enforce them. But if the transparency rules are enforced, the short sellers are done. There's nothing they can do. I mean,
what?
They're shorting Apple, they're shorting Tesla, they're shorting Microsoft.
So you think, I hope that this fucking guy thinks that when these transparency rules, they're going to save us this time. First of all, you're a fucking idiot. He's trusting the fucking government to make him rich. Imagine that. Imagine being so fucking desperate, either for the fake squeeze or for YouTube clout or revenue, that you're sitting there saying that if these regulations actually get enforced, then the short sellers are done. They don't have no way to cover. You fucking idiot. What? I'm sorry. I keep stopping it.
They're shorting Apple, they're shorting Tesla, they're shorting Microsoft, they're shorting Amazon.
Are you forgetting that we're going to have a fucking recession? Most likely. The probabilities are. Survey says it ain't 2021, Jack. So if they're shorting Apple, I say, good. They're going to make a lot of money. Tom Vu is shorting Apple. He's going to make a lot of money. What in the fuck has this guy? This guy's had his fucking head in the sand for the last, I don't know, 2 years. I don't know. Oh my God.
Because they can make counterfeit shares of these companies. AMC just revealed the criminality in the stock market. This has been going on for a very long time.
See, and another thing, the way that he is looking, he's looking to his left. Okay, and I'm not a body language person, and I don't even necessarily believe that it's accurate ever. But I do know, and I think a lot of people, can attest to this. Like, if you're sincere and you actually believe what you're saying wholeheartedly, and you care about the person that you're interacting with, you genuinely care that they pay attention and receive this knowledge. You are not fucking looking everywhere else except into the camera. No. You're shifting around. You're sliding around over there like a fucking snake, looking every other fucking direction other than right at your audience, because you know that you are full of shit. You know you have no fucking proof of any of this. None. Because if there were, we would have seen it at some point. It would have been mentioned. It would have been shown. It would have been alluded to. It would have existed. It doesn't. He's talking out of his ass. He knows it. We know it. Everybody fucking knows it, except for about probably, I don't know, a couple thousand people who are literally dumber than he is. That's it. I don't know. Lynn, you got anything to add here? This guy fucking sucks. I hate this guy.
The only thing that I would add is that what he and a lot of people don't seem to understand, and maybe I'm wrong here, correct me if I am, but short sellers are basically doing the same thing that a regular trader is. They're just investing on a trend that they see. And the trend that they see is for a company to decline in its fundamentals, so its profit, its revenue, its cost of doing business. They see that declining. They're not trying to put the company out of business. They see a company that has potentially got operational issues, and so they're betting on the downside, which is no different than really betting on that a company's going to be profitable.
Correct.
Or that you see a trend where a company's going to be profitable, and so you invest on that upside.
Correct.
So
yep.
It's, this whole thing of like demonizing short sellers it's pretty ridiculous, because
it is
trend that they see the same as everybody is.
Yeah. Let's see. Okay. Yeah. So and you obviously selling of anything kind of, sometimes it can beget more selling, and it does have an impact on the price as shares are sold at lower and lower prices as people are trying to get liquidate their position, if that's what what's happening, if it's a sell-off. But you don't know if it's short selling or not, and also it's not really that much. But what was I going to say? Oh, right. I've been thinking about this. I think the reason, maybe potentially a reason that they have this belief of all short sellers are trying to bankrupt companies. could be that it's dichotomous. It's analogous to the dichotomy that the apes have. It's the Moass or zero dichotomy. So they either believe that they are going to get filthy, absolutely insanely trillionaire level rich, or they're going to hold it until it's worth nothing, right? That's their dichotomy.
Get rich. Short sellers are one of the reasons why.
Oh, of course, yeah. With the reason why. So they think for the short sellers that it's the same thing. They think that the short sellers are in it. Either we're gonna take this company out, or or we're gonna cover and there's gonna be a massive short squeeze, and we don't want that. So obviously we're trying to bankrupt the company, which is not true at all. Like, it's simply not true. Like, there's one thing about Wall Street that I think everybody knows is they like profit. They like more profit all the time. They operate on financial quarters and years. So they need to make money in a particular schedule, time frames, So they don't have the luxury of being able to short and hold. I've said this before. They don't have that luxury, and they wouldn't anyway because it's too volatile. It could go up a lot. So they're going to short it when they see it's probably overvalued now. This thing is probably overvalued for whatever reason, because retail investors bought it, they bought options, or there's some fundamental reason that ultimately it's like, buy the rumor, sell the news, whatever, right? So they're going to enter at the top of a rally when it appears to be rolling over, and once that move is played out, because all moves kind of they start to roll over, then you have the move itself, and then kind of slows down, and it might bounce, and then it might reverse, and go up and down or consolidate or whatever. I just want to catch that big fucking drop. I don't care about all the other bullshit. I don't want to hold it through all that consolidation. I want to catch it right before the bottom falls out, and then once the bottom is restored at a lower floor, I'm going to cover and get the fuck out, take my profits and go home for the day or the week or whatever. And then once I feel it's overvalued again, I'm going to do the same thing. But nobody has shorted and holded this fucking thing because it doesn't make sense. They would have lost money. They would have had to cover. I mean, it doesn't make sense. It's just that's unprofitable. It made more sense to do it that way, to short and cover and go through these cycles, and that's what happens. When you can prove that or show it, you can strongly suggest that by looking at the short interest data, where you see the short interest go up and down, and you can correlate it directly with the price going up and down. So short covering comes in and the price goes up. More short interest comes in, price goes down. Both because of the short sellers selling shares, yes, but more so because it was already trending down, and selling begets selling sometimes. So yeah, you're right, Lynn. It's trend price action trading, which is, I mean, why would if you saw what was happening in 2022, you should have been short. You should have been on the short side because everything went down, and then at some point it reversed, and then at some point it reversed again, and at some point it reversed again, and timing those is hard, impossible, whatever, but doesn't mean you still can't jump in and ride the train up or down, ride the fireman's pole down from the top level. I mean, or not from the top level, maybe only from the second level, but you're still coming down the pole. So anyway, yeah, the objective is not to bankrupt a company. They need to stop saying that. It's so fucking ignorant. And It's not the first time that it's been said. It's not the first time that it's been claimed by a bunch of people or even publicly. This is what the Overstock.com CEO did. You know, Patrick Byrne, Mr. January 6, 2021. He was there. And he probably, you know, thought it was great what happened. Anyway, yeah, it's brain dead. I mean, it is absolutely brain dead. It does not it's just not. I mean, I don't know what else to say. Like they think that every time that it goes down, and especially if it goes down by a lot, that it's massive short selling. And it's like, well, but what also happened at those times? There are other things that happened, fundamental things or just market-wide things. Or people taking profits, as if he knows what that is, as if any of these clowns know what that means. Or cutting losses, as if any of these clowns know what that means. Like zero data. You don't click out when it's red.
It's not down.
Go ahead, Lynn. Yeah, right. Do not average down. Although I did average down on Friday on an option position because it bounced intraday, and I knew it was going to go back. Well, I didn't know, but I was running on the assumption. The thesis I was trying out was that it was going to go back down, and so as it went up, I bought more so that I could make more when it went back down, and that's exactly what happened. But anyway, did you have anything else on this one, Lynn, or should I go?
That was my last pearl of wisdom.
Call them
all right.
Smart money, but they're not smart money.
They're not smart money. Wow. Okay. But they are, though, because they made money and you didn't. Your stock didn't. Like, what kind of fucking balls do you have to have? What kind of nerve do you have to be such a fucking arrogant fucking bag holder? Why are these bag holders such fucking asshole, arrogant pricks? That's what I want to know. Dude, you have no collateral whatsoever. No equity whatsoever to be this full of yourself. None. You should be listening to fucking me school your ass. Nobody should be listening to you leading people down a primrose path to more losses. This is absurd. This guy belongs in jail.
That's been going on for a very long time. This is how they make money. They call themselves smart money, but they're not smart money. They are criminal money. And the reason that they're so doubling and tripling down on AMC is because they got in too deep. They created billions. And
they're not, though. They're not doubling and tripling down on AMC. I don't know where you get that. We looked at the short interest the other day. It was like 8%. What are you talking about, brother? They're doubling and tripling down. You can't just keep saying that. There's no evidence. In fact, the evidence shows that they've reduced their short position by 2/3. By 2 fucking thirds. So fuck you, Donahue George. You're just a fucking clown. Double and triple down. No. Not in your wildest fucking dreams is that what's going on. I mean, God damn it. This guy raises my fucking blood pressure. I swear to God, this is the dumbest fucking shit I've ever heard.
AMC shares, and now they can't get out.
Yeah, the trillions of counterfeit AMC shares, the ones that we've proven exist. Oh, wait, no. The ones that I just pulled out of my fucking asshole. Because that's about all you've got.
AMC,
what an idiot.
In too deep. They created billions and probably trillions of counterfeit AMC shares. And now they can't get out. And they know they can't get out. And that's why they're trying to get us to sell our shares. But it doesn't even matter. it doesn't even matter. Everybody knows AMC is severely undervalued, so it won't even matter if AMC...
Everybody knows it. It must be true, right?
There are sitting on the sidelines that know that AMC is undervalued, and they are going to jump in and buy when retail investors sell. So, in my opinion, and I'm not trying to buy, hold, or sell AMC, but there's no way out for the AMC shorters. They're done. Anyway, please leave some comments. Tell me what you think. Do you think that Apple... It's not financial advice, not legal, tailored bad trading decisions. Listen, I want to know, why does AMC have to dilute shares to pay off debt? I mean, what is going on with all the money they're making at the movie theater? Here's the thing. The average person, you know, it's Chris.
Here's the thing.
You max out your credit card. What do? You can't dilute yourself, so you get a side hustle. And with that side hustle, you pay off that extra debt that you have. But AMC, for some reason, they have 3 side hustles, yet they still need to pay off debt. Their movie distributors, revenue coming in there. They're selling popcorn, revenue coming in there. They have targeted market.
Why don't you look at the balance sheet? Why don't you look at a balance sheet? But you'd have to know how to look at a balance sheet. Hey, what's that now?
So it's a mystical thing. If you look at all these documents the company provides you for free.
Oh, right. Yes. Look at the balance sheet. And I would love for this guy to look at the balance sheet and show us exactly what he's talking about here. Oh, they have 3 side hustles that are bringing in all this money. Why did... we talked about this the other day. They don't even think... He's trying to convince people that AMC doesn't need to raise money. That's what he's doing. And I can't understand why. I don't know if it has to do with the lead plate in his brain or what, but this is ridiculous. Oh my God.
I want to know, who are all these people trying to get them to sell their shares? I haven't personally seen anybody on a big sell your AMC shares campaign.
Wait, you haven't gotten solicited for that yet? Oh, okay. Well, all right.
Yeah, I haven't seen the campaign to sell all the shares. I have seen the campaign to go to Adam Aron's house and try and jump him. I've seen that campaign. It's a little insane, but...
Yep. Mm-hmm. Well... Yeah. That's going to be fun. I can't wait until that. All right, let's see if we can...
So these guys have 3 side hustles. AMC has 3 side hustles, yet they still need to dilute shares in order to pay off debt.
I mean, that sounds like a fucking shit business to me. They've got 3 side hustles, and they still have to dilute, and they still can't pay their fucking bills. Well, then... why in the fuck do you think it's undervalued then? Like, what? It doesn't even make sense in like his own conception of it. Like, it's like borrowing money to naked short a stock. It's that level of fucking stupidity. What? This is, I mean, I'm literally speechless. I can't say it. There's nothing else I can say. I don't know what to do. I'm just eating these potato chips. Like, I'm stress eating because it's like, what the fuck, man? Facts don't work here, apparently. Teflon Don. No fact sticks to this guy, right?
Does that make sense to you?
Yes.
There was no money coming in. AMC did
Here we go.
Split, and the stock was never this low. Now they have.
As if, again, we've said this a million times. It's not 2021. Not even close. So why, who cares? It wasn't based on fundamentals then, obviously. That's for damn sure. The fucking thing wasn't even open. Stores weren't even open. So, I mean, to even mention this is stupid. It's completely stupid. All right, here you go. This yam bag person, they're clapping back at Donahue George. They're representing the good guys here. Companies don't have and I've seen their comments on other of his videos. Companies don't have side hustles. If they do, they're on life support and will be shorted. Basic economics, basic market common sense. They had some other they had some other comments that were really good on another one. The only logical thinking I can think of, still relatively new to stocks and companies. Oh, okay, good. So this is going to be dead wrong. There's two reasons. One is they're trying to surprise us and trap the shorts with a killer earnings way better than expected. Two, we're literally on our way to bankruptcy. I'm not informed enough to see how bad $9 billion in debt really is on the interest, but by the looks of rent and only paying off little of the debt with such a big amount of shares, I'm not going to lie, I lost hope. They lost hope. Retail investors have been jumping up and down, celebrating record-breaking gross revenue, but have failed to realize that Adam is also breaking spending records. Last quarter, AMC grossed $1.41 billion, but only netted $12.3 million. After skipping out on paying rent. That's only a 0.8% gain on the money invested. Yes.
And maybe these people in the comment section can beat him with those financial statements a little harder. He might catch on to something.
All right.
Buster movies, they got 3 side hustles, and they needed to reverse split the stock. And then, on top of that, dilute it even more at prices in order to pay off debt. Do you guys see a problem with that? I do. The DOJ,
what
is the company is like management that he's trying to jump on? Then that's not the problem, or whatever it is. It's that the problem is you guys bought in at the wrong time. Like, maybe now is the time to buy. The company said it might turn around by 25, maybe, possibly. Things could still happen in the future, but y'all bought in at the top at the worst moment, and now the price is recorrected. That's the problem.
Yep. Lynn, we need to test your level here on your microphone a little bit. So go ahead and just give us your 2 cents or 1 cent or.
My 2 cents.
Okay.
Yeah, well, they bought the dip, but the dip was actually the rip.
She's just low. I can't boost her more than that.
Try and see on your.
I tried to bring everything up.
If you can boost your gain maybe a little bit.
There's no gain where I am.
Yeah, I know, Ron.
I'm in an underground bunker.
Are you using your phone or?
Oh yeah, I am.
Okay. Is there any room to get closer to the microphone on the phone?
I can
give us a little bit more oomph.
that any better?
I think that might help Ron be able to hear you. He's from Iowa out there. They got all that farm machinery going all the time and stuff. He's probably got a combine running next to him or something. So I don't know. He was saying that you're a little bit low compared to the other guys here. So,
Well, it's, when you've got a tin can with a string and another tin can, what do you want? Miracles?
Nebraska. Okay. No, we don't believe in magical thinking. So, no, I know. I realize it's going to suck. All right. Just kidding.
A forensic account to go through.
Forensic. Okay. All right.
Because it makes no sense to me. When we go.
Well, it makes no sense to this guy because he has no clue about anything. I mean, he's just like he's just kind of a bellwether of the general brain dead, perception. Although, all right, I did see that, and I even put it in our chat. The CSI has a video, and then let's see, where is it? We're going to see migration at AMC. I don't know what that means, but time. Oh, here's Uncle Frank's non-financial advice. But I guess I could just do this. God damn it. Or I could just look it up. Anyway. Okay, here it is. Coming in here. What's up, everybody? It's a Common Sense Investor. Here we go.
What's up, everybody? It's the Common Sense Investor coming at you with another video. And in this video, I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God. All right?
Okay.
People, that video that I did, the truth
you
about
sure about
Project
that?
Popcorn.
Yeah. Hey, we got that on recording now, so.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I revealed this
all right.
email, and I laid out the plan that they had for the ape rights offering was more than just a video. I sent word out for people to download that and hold on to it. That is my testimony about what happened, and that is the evidence that I'm showing.
We call that download and hold.
How they did
I don't know.
why they did it,
For you to download and hold.
how they did it, and who did it. It's all out there. And that's a video evidence now, all right? So if ever I'm called to the carpet, I'm telling you, I swear, under oath, if I'm under oath, this is my story and I'm sticking to it. They created this rights offering. They traded it for 30 days before Ape was created. They lay it out here in this email.
Oh, he's going with the whole full-blown conspiracy theory on it, huh?
Documents to show how they planned on doing it.
Cool.
Now the only question is, did they pull the trigger or not? Did they do it? Well, common sense says, fuck yeah, they did it. The whole plan, they didn't lay this thing out in 100 fucking pages on how everything was supposed to run, people, and decide not to do it. So, how do we prove whether
they didn't
or not?
Because it was 100 pages. Because it was 100 pages, which is a lot, I guess, to him. They wouldn't go through all that trouble, all 100 pages. They wouldn't put those 100 pages together and then not do the thing that is described in the 100 pages. Well, okay, all right, that's logical. That makes sense. This is trailer park logic, right? I mean, literally, quite literally. Come on. I mean, and I don't know if what he's saying is true here. He doesn't even know if it's true. That's the problem. He just said they did this. They sold it. But then he says, but did they pull the trigger? Now, common sense says they did. But I can't show that to you because I don't have evidence. Okay, so then why are we talking about it? Why is this not preceded with, this is speculation, it's not been proven? No. What is the advantage anyway? What did they get? What did AMC get by supposedly doing this?
And if they,
that's my question.
And if they did this, why was this part of all the like disclosure that came out in Delaware? That again, it's been almost a year now, and they're just now coming around to looking at those documents. By the way, that they think that this was an idea that was kicked around, and they decided to go with a different idea after thinking about it for those 100 pages. Like,
yeah.
What are we even doing here? Like this is,
I don't know.
This is what I call legal fan fiction.
Yeah. And the way it's even worded, it says that we've been working on a project that would utilize the ape ticker symbol. Okay. This is in April. Based on these discussions, we'd like to reserve it. Continue to reserve it. In addition, we'd like to inquire if this other one is available. And it would be used. Would be. And then you never heard about it again. There's no other emails that mention it, to my knowledge, right? And nobody has ever seen that ticker. It didn't exist ever. Unless it did, and it's just not available now or something. But even if it were, even if it did exist, so what? So fucking what?
I think I figured it out. See, we're dealing with, we're dealing with Doctor Strange in the multiverse. He went to one of the alternate realities and APER traded there, and so clearly it exists in our plane of existence.
Okay.
See,
that works for me.
The multiverse back into reality, please.
Well, here's where shit gets bad, okay? I'm not gonna do it. The only way that we can prove that they did this is if a Freedom of Information Act request is filed and we make the New York Stock Exchange tell us, did they register that?
Not happening. Okay. We already had this with the MMTLP community where they tried to file a FOIA. You can only file FOIAs against government agencies. The New York Stock Exchange is not a government agency. It's
true, yeah.
It has regulatory powers, but it's not a government agency.
But it's it's a for-profit company.
Yeah. You can have a FOIA request about any communications between the SEC and the New York Stock Exchange, or the SEC and FINRA, which MMTLP got. But they're a government entity. You get nothing. You lose. Good day, sir.
Yep.
Ticker symbol.
Yep.
AP.
Well said.
And if they did, when did it trade? Did it trade 30 days before APE was listed on the New York Stock Exchange? And I'm telling you, people, they're going to tell us yes, because they didn't take all that effort and laid it all out in documents that we would have never seen. The only people that saw those documents were the institution.
You didn't never see them. They were disclosed. They were disclosed in the Delaware litigation. You can't say you didn't see them. They've been out since April, May of last year. Stop it with this. Stop it.
Yeah, they came out in April. The email is dated April 5th, so sometime after that. Yeah. Okay. Let me go back.
Documents that we would have never seen.
So this is Tad.
The only people that saw those.
You would have never. Let me complete this. You would have never seen it if it weren't for the Allegheny Pension Fund lawsuit.
Yeah.
Now that maybe you could say that, but because it was a lawsuit and it was part of that, then you saw it.
And
but anything beyond that.
And if these people were so concerned, why weren't they the ones filing the lawsuit? This is something you could have done. This is 204 discovery. You go to the company and say, I'm getting ready to sue you for these things. Give me your paper.
Yeah.
Because I'm an owner of the company. They could have done all of this. But now they're playing this, like you said, retroactive DD, where they were too fucking late to do the lawsuit in the first place. They had to wait for Allegheny to do their fucking legwork for them. And now they're bitching about all this stuff that's going on. Well, you know what? You could have been the people that were doing this, but you didn't. You didn't.
Right. They were too busy remembering their wives and, planning their how they were going to quit their jobs and all this kind of stuff. Right. how they were going to spend their money that in their mind that they already had, because they knew that they already won. And I can't tell you how many times we have said that is, you are going to lose. Like, you are going to lose. There is no question here now at this point. Because you are distracted. You are so distracted that you can't see you're about to run into the fucking concrete wall. And that's exactly what's happened. But in their mind, they have that invisibility thing from Harry Potter, and they just went through the wall, or whatever. However it worked, I forget. But they literally, it's just ignored, completely ignored. And not only is it not a wall, it makes me disappear too. Magical thinking strikes again. I don't know, but this is like, yeah, no lawyer's going to even fucking touch this thing either. Like, just like they didn't touch any of the other fucking ones from Al or any of these other clowns. So, yeah, and he hasn't mentioned a lawyer. And he's mentioned he has to raise money to get one. I mean, if people start donating money to him, that is it. It's on. All the gloves come off then. I will do everything that I can to make sure that this fucker has the fucking plug pulled. Because, no, I can tell you right now, he's not going to use that money to get a lawyer, because there's not going to be a lawyer. There will be no lawyer. There might be one initial free consultation at which they're going to say, oh, you know what, I'm sorry, this is not something we'd be interested in. And then this clown's going to go buy $2 million worth of fucking crack.
Or it could be like the Bed Bath & Beyond people, where they finally found a lawyer, and the lawyer said, yeah, that'll be $500,000 up front, please. On retainer, so that they can LARP that they have a lawsuit and take your money along the way and say, oops, sorry, well, we really tried, but thank you for that $500,000.
Yeah.
Documents were the institutions. Everything points to that. Everything points to the fact that Project Popcorn was not Ape. Ape was the door in which Project Popcorn was able to come through, and that was the rights offering 30 days before the release of Ape. Now,
show me the proof that happened. Where's the filing?
Sorry.
Legal advice. All right.
Yeah. Right.
The filing for that.
These kettle chips are really crunchy. So I'm sorry, I forgot to mute myself. But anyway, what do we got here? Shit, I got so many things up here. But yeah. Enjoy your shit. Okay, all right. Now I had something here. Where is it? Well, anyway, go ahead, Korax. I'm sorry.
No, I was just saying.
You got it.
Like, this Ape wasn't the actual rights offering. It was the door that the actual rights offering went through. It's like,
oh yeah, that's right.
Where's the proof of that? Like, where's the SEC filing? Where's the evidence for that? Where your little email here said that they might do that, but you know what? They didn't. You know what happened? They didn't. There's your problem. They didn't.
Mm-hmm.
There's no evidence.
Mm-hmm.
There's no SEC filings. Nothing. So, like, pull your head out of your ass, please.
Yep. Yeah, please do. Yeah, for all of our sake. Now, when he said that, it made me think of another thing that he said once, which is hilarious. That HYMC, this is Highcroft Mine, which I call Wyckoff Mine, but Highcroft Mine, because the masked investor one time, he said Wyckoff Mining. Anyway, so I made fun of him. HYMC is the rocket fuel that will take AMC and Ape to the moon, said by Mr. CSI last year at some point, because he believed that Wyckoff Mining would be such a great investment that it would not only take AMC but also Ape to the moon. Well, not really. It ended up being like one of those SpaceX rockets. It was a reverse rocket. It was a crash and burn. I don't know. but it did not take anything anywhere. It took the investors for a ride. And then they came out with those cool ass silver-plated lead coins from Wyckoff Mining. That's what Lynn said anyway. I don't know how she knows they were made of lead, or maybe I said that, but they probably were. But anyway, HYMC is the rocket fuel. Okay, we'll listen a little bit more of this.
I'm just asking for somebody who's knowledgeable, all right, who knows how to write a Freedom of Information Act, all right, request. Would you please do that and put out a video and say, I watched...
Wait, so he's not even going to do it? He's begging somebody else to fucking do it? What? Like, oh my God. All right.
And he does have a good point. All we have to do is, would you please...
Hey, who is this?
And put out a video and say, I watched CSI's video and he does have a good point. All we have to do is send in a Freedom of Information Act to the New York Stock Exchange and we'll find out if they...
It's always all we have to do is X.
It was for $6.
All we have to do is this.
That's always been his big problem. See, like he has these ideas, but he can't follow through on them. Every idea and everything he's done is derivative of another thing, and can't follow through on finishing the thing. So someone else has to do the thing.
Can I interject something that's funny?
Yes, 1 second. Let me just say this. I got to run downstairs in my house here. So you guys talk for just a couple minutes. I'll be back, okay? I'm listening, though. So go ahead.
So I think it was either... Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. It was either last stream or the one before that. We were watching some video. Somebody, I don't remember who it was, but they were talking about, getting information. And I typed in chat, just being facetious, they'd be better off using a FOIA to try to get that information. And now, like a week or so later, all of a sudden, they're all mentioning FOIAs. And this isn't the first guy I've heard say FOIA. Somebody else brought it up recently. It's just, I just think it's funny. I'm not saying that they got the idea from me because I was just joking, and I think anybody with an ounce of intelligence would recognize that. That you don't want to start submitting FOIAs to, non-governmental entities unless, it's just, that's not how it works. It's not what it's for. That's not how it works.
Yeah, like
it's like they hear something and they latch onto it and then they promulgate it forward, and then it becomes a theory, and then it becomes a conspiracy, and then it becomes like a fact.
Oh yeah. It's kind of like it's kind of like my favorite part of the JFK conspiracy theory when I finally had it explained to me. They have all these ideas that look great on the surface, and then you look at them with a bit more scrutiny and you realize, wait a minute, like the magic bullet theory. Well, there's no way that the bullet could bend and tumble and do all these weird, crazy, magical things between JFK and Connolly, and then all you have to do is go, yeah, well, it didn't, because if you look at how JFK and Connolly were sitting in the car, it's a straight shot. It's the same sort of thing. Is what this whole APER thing is. It's like, well, if they were doing things by the book, they wouldn't be doing all this magical stuff in the background between emails. And it's just like, yeah, well, because they didn't.
Yeah, it's just like anything that's out there floating in the ether can be latched onto, and then this is how misinformation, disinformation, lies, conspiracies, this is how they all start, is that somebody says something, they can say it off the cuff, jokingly, they can qualify it as a joke or not, but nobody digs any deeper. They just grab something that they heard, and then now it's true and it's real. And it gets put forth, other people latch onto it, and now it's a fact, but it's not a fact. It was never a fact. It was never intended to be taken seriously, or like there's just nothing to back it up with. It's just something you heard, and it becomes really, I guess it's just gossip at its most basic form. When you just start repeating things that you heard and you think, oh, that's a really good idea. Yeah, I'm gonna run with that. Well,
it gives new context.
If it's even a potential, if it's even gonna work, if it's even reasonable or doable. But no, there's none of that. It's just this is the thing I heard, and now it's like a game of telephone, right? Where you whisper something to the next
yes
to you, and by the time it goes all the way around the circle of people, it's completely changed.
Well, that's the funny thing. I love.
Excuse me.
Al from Boston getting all ass blistered that that CSI stole air quotes his whole lawsuit and everything that him and Jordan supposedly spent months on. It's like, it's all derivative bullshit. All it is collection of the bullshit from the past 2 years. Not an original thing is in that document. And all your evidence is the same conspiratorial bullshit from before, sprinkled in with a little bit of stuff from the Delaware litigation. So I don't know what you're complaining about, because all your notes were lifted from everyone else's notes. And then he lifted the notes and added some other things. Like you said, it's a big game of telephone.
It's a big game. It's a big game of telephone wrapped up in a big circle jerk.
In a blender.
In a blender, yeah. And they're trying to pin the tail on the shorts here. And it's like, guys, you fucking distracted yourself and convinced yourself and got so deep down this conspiracy hole. I mean, they cannot say that nobody was saying that you should, hey, maybe you should reconsider this. Or, well, actually, if we look at this, here's what the evidence shows. Because we were doing it. I mean, we weren't very popular and not very many people saw it, but hey, I'm one person. There were other people. No, we're still not, right? Consequently, but like, there weren't that many people saying it. We were, a couple other people were, so, but I mean, it should be common sense. You shouldn't have to be told this. In this day and age, like, I've said this before, like, in the 90s, if somebody said, hey, I've heard about this money-making opportunity online, you would get looked at, like you have three heads, because, yeah, that's probably a scam. You heard about that on the internet? Yeah, I got an email, or yeah, whatever. I saw it on AOL or whatever the hell, what have you. No, you knew instantly, well, I should be skeptical of that at least, if not outright just completely dismiss it. Now it's like the more irrationally online bullshit it is, somehow it's more believable. More people believe it. It's more popular. Like, not that different from flat earth and anti-vax and other conspiracy theories, space lasers and moon landing and all this garbage, because you got a bunch of people who have no clue about the thing that it actually is. Like, I'm sorry, I'm not qualified to, I'm not in a position to be able to say, oh yeah, I looked at all the NASA data and we definitely didn't go to the moon. I would never even be under, a sliver of that delusion. And by the way, I don't believe that conspiracy theory. I'm just saying that is a conspiracy theory. And the same with the JFK thing, like Kohrs mentioned, you don't have to really be an expert in a lot of these things to be able to tell that they're bullshit. If you wanted to try to disprove it with technical data and whatnot like that, I say you don't need to. You don't even need to take that effort at all, because there's been no actual evidence presented in support of these theories. And that's my whole Russell's teapot argument that I made a while back. Like, okay, you want me to prove to you that there are no naked shorts, but you haven't shown a single piece of evidence that indicates or suggests that there is. So I'm not, no, it's not, I don't have to, because you never did. And that's really where all of this is at, and as far as I'm concerned. But unfortunately, like I said, you have this generation that's like, or this group of people that is like, the more ridiculous it is, the more unlikely it is, and the more obvious it is, like to them, obviously they have to, obviously this, obviously that. The more they believe it, the more it's wrong, and the more they just keep, perpetuating their cycle of misery and despair. And inaction. And that's another big part of it. It's inaction. They have been inactive, sitting on their hands for nearly 3 years, while the rest of us have been doing as much shit and learning as much shit and trying to get our hands on as much shit as we can while we could, because we had the resources to do it then. I mean, it's like, no, you just fucking squandered the whole thing because you were greedy. Congratulations, you are officially worse than the hedgies. You're worse than the hedge funds. In your mind, the way that they think of the hedgies, they're far worse because they didn't make any money. The hedgies made money. A lot of it. Anyway.
And to a lot of these claims that they make, you just go back to Sagan and Hume. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. And if you can't meet the high proof of providing evidence for what it is that you're claiming, then your argument can be dismissed without needing an argument in response, because you couldn't even begin to support your claims in the first instance.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, not really yet, Manuel, but I'll play it. They came for the Moass and stayed for the fundamentals. I always loved that, because it's true. Every once in a while you get one of these clowns that's like, I don't care about the company, I just want to trade it. And I'm like, okay, good. You should. As far as I'm concerned. But they don't ever do that, because then they're just talking about this or that, and the short interest is this. And we have popcorn now. We have grasshoppers now. We have, I don't know. We have bed bug. We got rid of the bed bugs, guys. Come back. Come on back. You can come back. Okay.
So Al from Boston. I'm talking to you, bitch. Do the video. I want to see a letter, an example of how. I don't have to use his. That's very good. I'm not asking for
I want to
his
be able to
legal
copy
advice.
your homework
I want
again.
An example letter of the things that I just asked for.
Yeah, why not?
Put together, and then I will rewrite it in the way I feel, but I just need to know the context, the layout. What do I need to do? The format type shit. And then where we can request to get the information, or rather the ape R ticker symbol was created when they did ape. Just like this email started off, all right, and said, and it was confidential. And then the very next one says extremely confidential or some shit. All right, right here. You look up the word confidential in 21 pages worth of emails, and it's only listed twice. Absolutely confidential. Obviously, all this is confidential. And that confidential. Now, that confidential, she's wanting to know, do you have a prospectus? Even if it's not been released out to the public yet, they needed some type of proof that APE was going to be used. All right? Now, I've laid out the fucking evidence in the video, the truth about Project Popcorn, people. And like I said, that's my testimony. That's what they done. And if I'm wrong, if the New York Stock Exchange comes back and say, no, it was never registered nor traded, and don't give me bullshit about how they'll lie to me, because if they get caught lying, that's going to be their fucking ass.
Well, you already know the answer to that. There's no SEC filing now, is there?
The truth will come out. Now.
No. There's no SEC filing for APER.
So there you go. Case closed.
But my whole thing is this, with that, they got the R on the wrong position of the word. It was supposed to be at the beginning of ape, which would be rape, which is what happened to them.
I mean, that was a little too.
I think it was just a little. I think it was a little tongue-in-cheek, like sort of cryptic, Ryan Cohen style cryptic tweet type material that they did there with that. They never intended to use it.
Done that before.
They were just
He's made fun of the decoders, where that one time he dropped his phone and it dropped and it hit Q and accidentally sent it, and they made a big deal about it. And then he said, I accidentally dropped my phone and it posted Q. I didn't mean to do it, but this time I'm posting one letter and it does mean something. Why? As in, he was making fun of, why the fuck are you morons getting all worked up about one fucking tweet where I accidentally dropped my phone while I was sitting on the toilet?
Yep.
Like, what the fuck?
Yep. And also when he dropped supposedly his webcam fell. He was when Aron was on the live stream interview with Trey in 2021. Have you ever seen that?
Yeah, where it fell into his briefs.
Yes, right. He's not wearing pants, and everybody, said it was intentional and that it meant that they were naked shorts. Okay, cool.
That might actually be the origin.
Makes sense. It could be. I mean, I've tried to trace back naked shorts and all this shit.
That's it. I think that's it, because after that it was Melissa Lee going naked shorts, right? And that became a meme.
Yeah, but I don't know if that was first, though. I don't know which one came first. I forget. I'd have to go back and look. Now, we've definitely, because he was on that too, but we definitely have looked at that too, that clip where she said naked shorts, yeah. And I mean, I was amazed when I actually watched the whole clip at actually what was going on in that clip, which, newsflash, it was a nothing burger, because that's not what they were talking about. He described short selling.
Context? Wow, I'm so surprised.
Well, no, I'm not even saying that. I'm saying Melissa Lee interpreted what was being talked about by the other correspondent on the segment. She interpreted it seemingly, or she was told to say it, or it was on her teleprompter, as naked shorting. But what was actually being discussed at the time by the other gentleman was, he said that a lot of people are selling stock that they don't own. A lot of people are having to borrow stock or sell stock that they don't own, which implies that they're borrowing it, which means that they're short selling it. And then she said naked shorts. Yeah. No, that's not. If they're borrowing, that is definitionally not naked. Like, I don't know what in the fuck that, right. If that, I don't know what the fuck happened there. I think it was calculated. I think it was possibly intentional, or like Trey had talked to them, or she had seen stuff on his Twitter or the ape material, the ape propaganda, and had seen mention of naked shorts, and then was like, oh yeah, naked shorts, I've heard about that. I don't know. It doesn't make sense. None of it makes sense. You can't make sense out of it. But the point here, all I'm trying to say is that they were not admitting to naked shorts, which is what everybody said they were doing at the time. Every ape influencer, brain dead, fucking Shartavix, review dork, every one of them, the masked investor, literally all of them, they all interpreted that to mean that Melissa Lee was telling them that this guy just admitted that they are breaking the law. And that's what they believed. And it was insane. And so I went back and watched the whole clip, and I'm like, wait a minute. No, that's not at all what's going on here. Either she's an idiot or she's a grifter. I mean, that's really the fundamental choice between all of for all these people. Either CSI is completely misinformed and is negligent in being able to inform himself, or he knows that he's putting out bullshit on purpose that makes him a grifter and a fraud. Either way, it's bad. So I don't care either way. The either way doesn't matter to me. The point is, she said this, and it kicked off this whole thing that we're still dealing with now. It's insane. I mean, it's absolutely crazy. Wow. Yeah. That was a thing. I can't believe that happened. I cannot fucking believe that happened. It's almost as hard to believe as the fact that their competitor, the one that's way better somehow was way better than CNBC, or not really, but is the one who said this, Charles Payne. And he was a shill. He was absolutely guilty of pumping the ape narrative at times. And he gave it legitimacy that it did not deserve to have. Yeah. And the apes,
tokens as well. That Elon goat token bullshit. He was trying to pump that. Like, he's just a glorified.
Oh yeah.
He's a glorified grifter unto himself.
He is a grifter. He was.
People give a lot of shit to Cramer and give him a complete fucking pass, and I don't know why.
Right, and we've watched clips of Cramer. Lynn was here, actually. I think we might have been voice chatting at the time. Yeah, exactly the one with Ken Fisher. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like, wait a minute.
Yeah, he's speaking with
Charles Cramer is like a TV personality. He's like acting, and then when he's not in that role, he's like a totally different person.
He really was, and he made a lot of good points. It would almost be worth watching again. But
I was like, this Cramer is good Charles Cramer. But the other Charles Cramer is like
Jim Cramer. Yeah.
Yeah, is the paid talking
You're mixing up the two guys. Oh no, the singularities are merging. We're gonna have a Charles Payne.
Oh God.
Mix. Oh no.
Somebody go wake up Ray Kurzweil. The singularities here.
Oh no.
Charles Payne. Yeah, no, I know. Charles Payne paid a fine for shady investment deals, and that's true too. He's got a FINRA disclosure on his record. You can go to broker check.
Telling people that he was.
Yeah, it was. I. Is that what it was? Okay. Yeah. I mean, I don't remember when it was.
Violation against him.
Right. Yeah. So it's disclosed on his FINRA broker check report, which anybody can get to, brokercheck.finra.org.
Which is funny.
And
this new Johnny Tobacco guy that's hovering around in MMTLP, you can see it on my YouTube page, the same sort of FINRA.
Johnny Tobacco.
Where this grifter that goes and puts his face out on Newsmax, another one of these conservative populist pundits, back in the 90s, he was shilling. Well, no, he wasn't shilling. He was basically selling things without authorization from his customers, and he got flagged by FINRA for it. And a bunch of people were spinning it as, oh, well, sometimes you get that because customers just try and get out of their trades. I'm like, I'm sure that happens a bit, but the dude was found in default, which means he didn't respond to the claim, which he knew, which is the same thing that happened to Donahue George, which means that these are.
I was going to say, yeah.
Know they're guilty, so they try and duck justice.
Right, they skip town, they skip out on it. Right, exactly. So that's who it is, and you know what? I'll throw another one in there. What about Lou versus Wall Street? He's another one who was convicted of fraud and paid, what was it, Manuel, like a $60,000, $70,000 fine or disgorgement or repayment or something. And that was right around this time. It was like May of 2021, right around the time, because I believe he was incarcerated in somewhere outside the country. is what is the narrative. And I think Manuel actually looked at the documents and showed that this was true. He stole from the elderly, he says.
Okay, how soon can we fling him off the nearest skyscraper in New York City? Fuck him.
And that brings me to what will probably be the last thing we'll look at here. And I got to pull it up here from Telegram. If I can ever find the fucking window. Okay, now I got to find it. Well, maybe not the last, but I guess, well, maybe Korax, maybe we should just play your video. Are you okay? Are you cool with that?
Totally fine if you want to do that.
Because you got it all in there, and it's just easier. Okay. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Marantz, watch out. There's a little, there might be some, I don't know, some curse words. So maybe.
When I sat down to record Ethan's stream from Thursday about all the different crazy things that they were going to do to, have their legal fan fiction come to life, I was.
By the way, I like this here. We've got, we're listening on 1410 AM here, or whatever. I really like this this aesthetic here at the beginning.
The audio,
it's charming.
It was the audio, so I was like, well, how do I make this work? That seems like it's got a good aesthetic. Well, we'll make it radio themed. That sounds great.
There you go. Exactly. They're gathered around listening to like Have Gun Will Travel, or I don't know, one of those, or a soap opera, or a fireside chat or something.
Expecting some stupidness, a few things that you could laugh at, and nothing too serious. Holy crap, though, did it turn out to be the absolutely most insane 2.5 hours I have ever listened to. Because of how crazed each of the individuals on the platform were on that evening, I'm having to break this up into segments based on their particular delusion at that particular time. This video segment of Princes of Mount Stupid Special Edition is how many threats does it take to make a riot? Because I know Ethan likes to advertise anytime he gets this idea refreshed into his head of a peaceful protest at AMC. But if anything has been made clear by that audio clip from Thursday, he is not opposed to the idea of violence, and his compatriots are more than willing to execute on that violence.
That's the problem. Is people are scared of cops. People are scared of getting arrested. People are scared, and we already know that Gary got.
Pause it right here. I'm going to pause it right here, and just say, this is the trigger warning part, probably, and I'm going to roll it back to the beginning of this section where it goes into this. I just want to make it clear, just for absolutely crystal clear, that a noisy Korax is not advocating for this. In fact, he's speaking out against it and raising awareness to it. And by extension, we are also not advocating violence, and we're speaking out against it. Just to be clear, because this kind of thing has definitely come up in the past, where it because of these algorithms and things like scraping and things like that, it can be taken out of context. So right before this section starts, I just want to make that clear. That's all. That we're not saying this.
No, we're not. But we do advocate for the FBI tip line for domestic terrorism.
Yes, and also, of course, and also Guantanamo Bay detentions for all these fuckers. But that's another thing. I mean, for Al, it's probably appropriate.
That's how far over the top this goes.
Are more
yeah, right. Okay.
On that violence.
They are.
The problem is people are scared of cops. People are scared of getting arrested. People are scared, and we already know that Gary Gensler, the SEC, all these motherfuckers, they're all fucking criminals. They're not gonna do shit. They're not gonna do anything about it. The cops are not gonna do shit. If I go there, I'm gonna become violent. I'm just gonna tell you straight out. If I fucking see Adam Aron, he's not gonna escape. And that's where I'm at right now, because I'm down, as most everybody knows, a lot of money, and so I'm not here to fuck around. But I just can't. I wouldn't be able to keep my cool. I mean, this guy is like, what he's doing to the fucking stock, and like you said, they're all laughing at us. Everyone's laughing, and nobody gives a fuck about it. The SEC doesn't give a fuck about it. The Department of Justice doesn't give a fuck. No lawyers give a fuck. The only way that we can actually do something is if we can find a lawyer who's willing to take a couple $100,000 in litigation fees and to file a lawsuit where they're actually gonna invest some time, in exposing this shit.
Quite a few people are familiar with that clip since I dropped the YouTube short that had that audio attached to it. If there's one thing that was clear from this whole stream on Thursday, it's that Team DRS is an unhinged lunatic who's willing to use violence at every turn and every provocation. And if he's feeling particularly spicy enough, he'll even manufacture the situation in which he can enact his violent threats.
We could kill two birds, one stone. We could get get signatures as well. I think we could have our protests during corporate when they're open. I would actually love to see it. We show up at 9, we protest till 4, and then after that, we could split up, and we go get signatures.
Hey, what do you think about, instead of protesting at the headquarters, we fucking protest at his house? Like in front of his house. Like what you did when you went last time, that kind of shit, man. If I caught that motherfucker like that in his fucking driveway, oh man, things would not be good. But if we protested in front of his fucking house and shut down the fucking block and his fucking house, I don't know, well, if he's gonna be there or not.
Well, here's the thing. I don't know if that's his house. As I told you when I sent you the video, we went there again. What was it? How many times did we go? I went there by myself when I got there on a Saturday. Then the GOAT came with me on Sunday. Was it Sunday or Monday? Holy cow, I don't remember. I should have the timeline. But anyway, we don't know 100% if that's his house. He was there, and he had access to the key. He had keys, or he had a way to get in. I don't know if it was a key, or maybe he had some, I don't know. I don't know. We got to think about it. But I believe corporate. I believe we go to corporate.
Well, it's nice of Ethan to realize that if he's not sure if it's actually Adam Aron's house or just, someone else's, that maybe they shouldn't be trying to instigate stuff in front of someone else's property. But notice how he does not dissuade Team DRS from his obvious attempts to instigate some sort of violent action. We'll get more to that later on. But Team DRS does not contain his violent threats just to Adam Aron. No. He needs to go bigger and higher for their movement to succeed.
Because holding up signs and making noise, like, as you know, it doesn't fucking do shit. It's like, it unfortunately takes fucking violence and some serious fucking headlines to get people to see this shit, It's like, we need to find where Gary Gensler's at and fucking grab that motherfucker by the throat and fucking, tell him what we fucking think and how we feel and show him that, like, but how? Who? Like, these motherfuckers got protection everywhere, so it's just like, we're only going to be looking like the idiots getting fucking arrested and all this shit, so, yeah. But no, I hear you, man. Like, I'm down and...
See, this is what I mean by this was a level of unhinged that I was not expecting. See, I had already heard about the threats against Adam Aron. They've been pretty on the regular, having followed the Willis case. The level of unhinged ramblings that some of these crazies will go to, because taking onus for their own financial decisions is just too much of a burden for them, so they need to blame someone else. Making threats against Gary Gensler, that's the kind of thing that gets the federales up at your doorstep, carrying you away to places unknown. I don't know of a more stupid thing that someone could have done in an open live broadcast that anyone could listen to and drop in on. Recorded or not, that stuff gets saved on Twitter's server. And if you don't think that the FBI or anyone else in the federal government can't come back and find you later, you are sadly mistaken. But if it wasn't clear, Ethan is eerily silent on all these issues and dissuading him from doing them or suggesting that they're not a good idea. He is deathly silent, and I have the recording, the full one, in a link in the description below so you can confirm that. And there's a reason why, because he feels that these sorts of things are not bad, that you should do them. Getting arrested is not a bad thing.
And that's what bothers me the most. And that's why, Ethan, I've always told you, if I go there, man, I'm not gonna come back home like without being in jail. I know that. I know that for a fact. And because I have 2 little kids and a wife, that's a little bit of a risk for me. Well, a lot of a risk for me. Because I run a business, so. Yeah, but let's discuss this arrest, right? As a person who's been arrested 6 times, and I'm proud of each one, there's nothing wrong with getting arrested. Meaning, you do your civil disobedience, you're protesting, whatever. Bad actors hate this. They don't want you near them, and they're afraid, in a sense that if you do show up, why? And if they do call the police, all of us will have recording devices. If they make shit up, right? So you get arrested, right? You go through the process, you get arraigned, then you go before a judge, you get released, then you have your day in court. That couple hours is nothing. You then have your day in court, you come back in court, you have a chance to put people on the stand.
That's all fair and well, Ethan, if you're dealing with a peaceful protest which was broken up by the police. But your friend over there is contemplating violent acts against Adam Aron and Gary Gensler. And you're trying to say, oh, well, if he gets arrested for that, that's totally fine. No. Fuck you, no. Those two are not the same, and stop pretending like they're fucking the same. Especially when Team DRS said the quiet part out loud in that stream. He has problems, and he seriously needs help.
Hey, a protest, that's nothing for me, but my worry is that I have major, I've been in anger management for fucking my entire life, and so...
But Team DRS isn't the only one here who made violent threats inside the context of this stream, while Ethan was much more circumspect about what choice words he had surrounding the protest and other events, to give him some deniability, in my opinion. He has proven that he is not above violence, and in fact, it makes pretty clear that if violence presented itself, he would be more than willing to execute it against someone, no matter the circumstance, if he felt it was justified. And in the case of Ethan, simply disagreeing with you means that violence is justified.
Where the fuck is Phil Too Fake and them filing a lawsuit? Phil Too Fake got banned from Twitter. Phil Too Fake is a fucking bitch. If I ever fucking saw him, I'll tell you this, I would go to fucking jail. I would fuck him up. And I will state that unequivocally. That motherfucker defamed me, and I took all his shit and saved it. Called me a fucking hedgie. A fucking psyop.
And then, of course, there's Ethan's wish to use the citizen's arrest law ineptly and incorrectly to try and arrest Adam Aron without understanding what context a citizen's arrest can actually be executed on. Because every attempt he would have made at this would have been classified as assault and unlawful imprisonment. So yes, these protests, as much as he likes to couch them as, legitimate, peaceful protests to get the message out, all have the undertone of violence. And they make it very clear in this stream that they are all about that violence. If any member was to suggest violence, that while they won't necessarily directly condone it, they definitely will not dissuade that member from acting on those violent threats. Well, that's all for this video. In the next one, we'll be going over what sort of motivations would lead them to think that violent action is the only recourse that is able to resolve their problems. And boy, do we have a whole conspiracy hole to dive down in order to get to the root of that evil. Till then, folks, I'll see you around.
I eagerly await losing all my subscribers
Okay.
when I talk about the the QAnon to meme stock pipeline.
You know, those are the guys
Yeah.
that will pull out a gun and shoot you in an intersection because they think that you brake checked them.
Yep.
When you were just trying not to rear end the guy in front of you who slammed on his brakes. You know, I mean, it's like these are the guys
Yep.
that are just, it's like unstable and proud. And
I'm
I
glad
hope
you.
that,
Yeah.
yeah, I hope that
sorry.
people who watch this are severely alarmed or are alarmed enough to, you know, do something, because it's not okay. It's not okay, and it's almost like they're trying to desensitize everybody to, you know, violence,
Mm-hmm.
acceptable way to express your dissatisfaction with the situation.
Yeah, well, there's a clip that I didn't use that's going to come up in a different video probably, where they think they're fucking revolutionaries. That Ethan says point blank, he was born in 1750 because, you know, clearly he was born to be part of the American Revolution. No, you're just
Oh my God.
ass. Fuck off. How dare you equate
Yeah.
people being held indefinitely in prisons and not given a fair trial and having their rights stripped from them and their right to defend themselves stripped to them, to you making a shitty fucking investment decision? Fuck you.
That's absurd. Yeah, it's absurd. And I heard something similar to that. It might have been when we were chatting and voice chat the other day, but about, you know, that they are the group of their group is basically they're the chosen ones, you know, who are here to save the market, to save capitalism. And it's like, I mean, like I think I said at the time, you're checking like 3 major boxes of cult characteristics there, bro. Like you're the chosen group who's gonna, you know, who are gonna save the world. The only question I have is, well, I don't know if I should say that or not, but I'll save that for Telegram. But anyway, yeah. No, that was a good, very good, you know, presentation of that. Tastefully done. And it's pretty clear how you feel about it. So, and you know, the evidence certainly is there.
It's really hard to get around the fact
as well as a whole transcript. So it really is. Yeah.
Yeah, they need to take a step back and check themselves because it's like out of control. It's just
like
really...
I brought this up.
It is.
I don't know if you know him on Twitter, but Sugar Kush, and he was just like, "Wow, okay, well, they know that they know when they come onto my stream to be smart enough not to say dumb shit like that." And I'm like, "Cool. I'm glad you keep things under control on your Twitter space calls on that. I just wanted to let you know the people that are around you, because this is what they actually believe."
Yeah. And we kind of had this discussion earlier, but about the question about true believer versus grifter, and then like the dual true believer grifter figure,
the dangerous,
which I guess is probably right. That's what exactly right. Those are the ones that are the unhinged, you know, who actually hold the irrational beliefs that they're pushing. Those are loose cannons for sure. For sure. So I was just going to see here. There's another one here.
And I don't doubt the rest of these people that are like the Project Popcorn no voters are going to just ignore that this exists, like they have for everything else that I pointed out. Like when I pointed out that Ethan was basically, you know, helping an anti-Semite harass Aron. It's disgusting how these people, when you hold a light to them, they got nothing, but they don't change their ways either. And it's like at some point something's going to happen because either the government's going to step in, or something bad's going to happen. I don't want either. I wish this was resolved by, the people in their own community holding them accountable, but it's become pretty clear that isn't going to happen. So it's either going to be something bad happens or win Waco.
Right. Yeah, right. Exactly. Okay. So we didn't really talk about the futures too much, but it's pretty much flat. So, I mean, it's literally unchanged on a lot of these things here. Now, it looks like energies are down a little bit by 1% or so, natural gas and crude oil. But as far as the bond situation goes, it's pretty much flat. Yields would be up just slightly. The dollar, actually, I can't really tell based on this, but yeah, it looks like the dollar's slightly up, but there's really no movement. We're going into the first full trading week of the year, so we expect, tomorrow is probably the calm before the storm. Maybe. We'll see.
Well, I think things calmed out a bit because you had all that at the end of the week where the Fed minutes from the last FOMC meeting were released, and it really shook up the market. So things are chilling out, trying to figure out where it wants to be.
Which, I don't really understand because there's really not been nothing new that's been said. There's really not been anything new in quite a while. The only thing that's new is the soft landing narrative and the pivot in March narrative, which I think, I haven't checked the Fed fund futures rate lately, but I'm about to do it. Here to see if there's been any change. I doubt it at this point. Slightly, there's been a slight change in the expectation for March here. Just very, very slight. It looks like, yeah. So one day ago, we actually, yeah. So you got about 2.5–3% more of a probability that rates will be held constant, a little bit less on the two lower options here. So all told, it's 65% chance of a rate cut, 34% chance of no change. But this will change tomorrow. I have a feeling this will change tomorrow, maybe drastically. So we'll see. As far as data that comes out, there's a consumer inflation expectation that comes out tomorrow. There's a couple short-term Treasury bill auctions, and those came in under expectation. It looked like last week. Well, there wasn't any Friday. I thought there was some Friday, but I guess not. Auctions. Let's see. It was the previous week. Let's see. Monday, we had. Oh yeah, it was Thursday. The 4-week and the 8-week came in a little bit lower than expectations on the yields. So of course, then the prices would have been slightly higher than expected. But yeah, and then we had all that weird ass job data. We had fewer than expected cuts from Challenger. You had more than expected on ADP. You had fewer jobless claims. You had fewer continuing claims. You had a lower 4-week average. You had higher than expected PMIs. This is December data for services and composite.
Coming out of holidays, is that seasonally adjusted or that just?
That's a good question. It's a good question.
Because
we'll see here.
It to be maybe a bit higher if you got a holiday season that's, doesn't have to be super great.
Yep. Let's see. I'm not sure if it is or not, but they mention here it's the signal to marginal upturn. So we're right. So it's not that. It's basically the same as November, which November was an upturn. in business activity. Was the biggest expansion since July. So it's basically riding that kind of momentum from that still. It's a base effect for sure. That'll probably be, it could even be, well, no, these are final. These are finals, I think. But because they do, I think these are initial or, the preliminary and then they get revised. But I think these are the final figures here. But in any case, they're saying manufacturing production experienced a new decline in December. That is true. Service providers saw a stronger surge in new sales, contrasting with goods producers who faced a faster decline in new businesses, which is kind of what we saw a lot already. We've seen that before where goods decline, but services stay strong or increase. And, you can probably thank supply chains for a little bit of that. And we're also, let's not forget, mentioning the problems that are happening right now in the Red Sea with shipping. Shipping costs are going up, right? There's a lot of turmoil in that part of the world right now, it seems like. Yep, right. And then, in other corporate news,
can I plug
please go? Yes.
The channel is
do it.
What is going on with shipping?
Oh yeah, we love him. I forget his name, but yeah, I love that guy.
Sal.
Yeah, go ahead.
Something long last name that I can't pronounce correctly. Anyway.
Yes.
What is going on with shipping?
Yep.
Great channel.
There it is. You can see I'm subscribed already to this guy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fantastic channel.
Great if you want to kind of keep an eye on, global economics as far as the supply chain in the maritime industry is related.
Yep. So I'm a big fan of aviation as well, and so I subscribe to a lot of aviation channels that talk about aviation disasters and sort of similar information. This is the only one that I'm aware of that it does something similar with shipping, with container, cargo, bulk carrier, shipping concerns. So it's really interesting. He's a former, I believe he was a former Navy guy. Also, he was a former fire chief for a Marine fire unit. So he knows. Recently, there was a fire on one of these ships. Like I think it might have even been EVs that were on fire. So he gave a very, very, very inside perspective on a lot of that stuff. It's great. The recent collision of two ships that happened over in I forget where, Indian Ocean somewhere. There was a collision recently. He covered that, and it was fantastic. So yeah, I'm glad that you mentioned that because I've been subscribed to this guy for a while, and it's a go-to for sure for this type of stuff. Definitely. So what is going on with shipping? Yeah. If you want to know what's going on with shipping, that's it. You don't need to look any further. So then, yeah, let's come back over to, see, I don't even know where I'm at right now. Maybe I need a third monitor here. I don't know. No, I need a producer. Actually, that's what I need.
It doesn't help me too when I'm doing live stream.
I don't have a place to put a third monitor. I need like some kind of other mounts or something. But so right now it's a little after 10, and market wise, as far as markets go, global markets. Let's see what we have going on here, because I noticed that looks like stocks just kind of took a little bit of a local downturn here. So of course the U.S. stuff. Let's see. Okay, so China is open and China is down about 1% so far. Shanghai and the other indices there.
Almost 18 here. Oof.
18, yeah, yep. Which, compare that to the United States, the U.S. markets up anywhere from 11% on the Dow, 20% on the S&P, and a whopping 46% on the NASDAQ 100. So, chances
about stream where you look at these European international markets, Asia especially, where we're able, when the dollar goes up and there's dollar shortages in the system, it hits international markets first. Look at those numbers on all those international stock markets coming to a stock market in America near you.
Right. And, a lot of these markets are up a lot from where they were too last year. I mean, for example, you start to see down here, the Hong Kong 50 is still down 24% on the year. And of course, the Chinese markets are down close to 20% on the year. But however, Japan's up 28%. That's another totally different case going on there, more than likely, which I'm not even going to get into. I'm not qualified. I am not prepared to talk about Japan right now at all. So we're not going to, unless one of you guys wants to, but I'm not prepared to talk about Japan.
I only roughly
personally
on a like glancing basis, but like if you pump the yen and you introduce a bunch of yen into the system, and you've seen how wide the yen to dollar index is pulled apart in favor of the dollar. I mean, of course stocks are going to go up because you're printing more dollar. I mean, you're printing more yen. I mean,
yeah, right.
And you have low as
indeed
could be interest rates that they're still using, they're still doing the fixed, purchase agreements where if the interest rate gets too high, the Bank of Japan will come in and buy all the bonds.
Yep.
They get the interest rate they want.
Right. So Japan's the third largest economy in the world. Just some basic background information, but Model 3 dude says tonight Congress announced that they may have a tentative deal to keep the government open. So we may see some market impacts tomorrow off that. Yeah. Oh God. Can't wait. Another thing too, and I mentioned this earlier in Telegram, but then I literally saw that somebody else had mentioned it too. So let me pull it up here. Because we haven't watched a video by this guy in a while, and so since it's a whole hour after I said I was going to stop the stream, well, I guess we'll just shoot for 10:30 now. Whatever. It's still not too late. Shit.
Still right.
Let's see. Yeah, right. Let me find this video by Lou versus Wall Street, if it's still up, but maybe it's not even still up. But
go to his main page and see.
Let's see. Yeah, where in the hell is that? Okay. So he's got a lot of fun stuff here. It looks like recently he's been putting out what? Why is it saying? Okay. Anyway. Yeah. Oh yeah, you're seeing that, right? That's right. Because I still have that shared on there. Here it is. Time to place puts on Alaska Airlines and Boeing. And I mentioned this yesterday or earlier or something. So let's watch Lou.
Weird, all shaped and everything.
Alaska Air. All right, for all you motherfuckers that want to do sinister shit, because technically I'm going to.
He kind of looks like one of those, like when they distort the image. I don't know. I was about to say that too, but it's he looks like one of those, like where you distort an image and they give somebody the big, like the huge head and huge forehead. It's almost like I don't know if it's the camera angle or what, but like it's just something is odd about his appearance here. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do that and make a meme, make a new sticker for Telegram.
Technically, I'm going to. Alaska Airlines, their emergency window that blew out and it almost sucked out people and stuff like that. Well, the FAA grounds
I already have an
Boeing's
answer to this. 1 second.
MAX 9.
Yeah.
So, if you want to buy future puts, Alaska Airline, because a good portion of their future fleet was that. So I don't know when FAA is gonna unground those airlines, and it's not like they're gonna shift and start buying Airbus. So Alaska Airlines, couple of puts on them, and Boeing. Let me see if I got any people that own Boeing. I gotta call Ben. Ben, if you're watching this, dog, I hope.
Yeah. Okay. Whatever that means.
I'll see. I'm about to put the jinx on these motherfuckers. All right, maxed out. Boeing 737 MAX 9 planes grounded. It's across the country. They're going to be checking them.
Okay, that's really all I needed to see of that.
I can't.
Before I let you loose on this, I'm just going to mention one other thing that happened here with them. So, and this actually is a local connection here. There was a flight from Cleveland, which is where I am, to Denver, Colorado. It was a 737 MAX 8. So this is the previous version of the MAX, but it's still the MAX. It had a problem, had to return to Cleveland. It was over Chicago, had to return to Cleveland. That may cause a grounding possibly of the previous generation of MAX 8 aircraft. So this is the one that's been plagued with problems ever since the two incidents, which reflected very poorly on Boeing's internal processes and training of pilots. So having said that, what do you think?
I found the tweet that I was looking for. Because I glanced by it, and let me send it here on Telegram so we can kind of go over it. This is a guy who aeronautics is like his entire thing, and so he might. I glanced by it because I wasn't sure, but he says here, pure speculation. It almost makes you wonder if during the assembly the door simply wasn't properly locked and sealed into the covering. So most pressure load was being handled by the interior paneling. And so when that finally popped, the door just went poop. So it's not so much like, oh my God, all these planes are fucked. It's just
right.
A minor error.
This is good. Yeah, so this is great. This is great information, and this is a great example of what I'm talking about here, is that the instinct could be to do what Lou's doing here and say, jump in and say, what, obviously I'm shorting that. Obviously they fucked up. Obviously it's, their fault. Obviously, let's make some assumptions. Now, I'm not saying that this tweet is necessarily 100%. It's the first time I'm seeing it, but, I'm seeing here Dr. Chris Combs, iterative design enjoyer. Okay. But, I don't know who this is, but I'm seeing that they're looks like professor, aerospace engineer. Okay, so all right, we got some potential, legitimacy here, and I like I said, I follow a few YouTube channels that are also pilots. This is the thing. What you have to do. Okay, here we have some information, and then now we can go. Do we see other people saying this? Can this be verified? Can it be corroborated? I would say it probably can. This makes sense. It sounds right. Somebody with this background would know that. So yeah, there's a good chance that it's not Boeing's fault. With the other incident, there's a good chance that stern bears are involved. There's a good chance that it could be a maintenance issue, for example. Like, not everything comes down to the manufacturer the manufacturer's involved in creating it. Yeah, of course. But once it's in the hands of the customer,
do before you just leap into a plane.
Bingo, exactly.
Because
exactly,
this could have been just a error. This could have been just this one plane. And that's why they grounded him temporarily to look and make sure. But the way it sounds like it's just this one plane the emergency door that wasn't being in use wasn't sealed properly. Luckily, no one was sitting in the jump seat, or, you know, like you said, that might have been the first fatality since 2019. But it just
where the woman was sucked out. Yeah,
it does to me.
Now,
at least, it doesn't seem like it's that big of a deal.
Right. And there is some evidence. You know, there is at least an assertion here that appears to be authoritative. Which would indicate then that it's not a mechanical failure, it's user error. Right. It was improper arming of the door, which comes down to the staff of the airline. You know, so now that doesn't imply to short the airline either, but that's a hell of a lot different than these planes are fucked up. Yada yada yada. Let's short the company. Now, having said that, it could happen. We could see it dump. Maybe even the market sees. I mean, I don't know. The theory is that, right? The market already knows this. The market is going to price this in, basically, you know, whenever the first opportunity that it can, if it's widely publicized enough. I guess that's the question. Is it? And is it being talked about? So we'll see. It'll be interesting to see. I don't know. I'm going to be watching it for sure, because, you know, there may be opportunity, but it may not be in the way. It may not be in the most obvious sense, like, you know, Lou's saying, let's short it. No,
somewhat because this happened on the 6th. It looks like, and you'd see the definite dip, but it immediately rebounded.
Let's get that up here. Well, and that's kind of what I was alluding to as well, a little bit.
Weekend, so no, it hasn't yet. But
yeah, so it's not priced in yet. That's the thing. Yeah, it's not reflected in this chart yet. So, having said that, let's see where. Okay, all right. So we got our lows from like last summer, or I'm sorry, 22, and so if we were to just do a quick like Fibonacci retracement on this or something, just to get some levels, you know. Okay, so it's sort of up here. You know, I don't know fundamentally what's going on with this. It looks like they've missed earnings, like a lot of the last earnings. You know, so you could ask, okay, what is the nature of this recovery here? Or is it just simply, you know, is it index-based recovery based on everything going up, like the tide that lifted everything?
Earnings, it's out there defying gravity like the Wicked Witch of the West and Wicked.
Look at this mirroring the SPY pretty goddamn closely. Yeah, so you know, maybe one could say, all right, well, if the market tanks, yeah, it's probably going to go with it because it's gone with it pretty much every other step of the way. If the market goes up, well, it could rally with it, and then that might be counterintuitive for some folks, and they would get burnt on their puts. Or you could even maybe make an argument if you looked at fundamentally and say, well, it looks like, you know, fundamentally anyway, it was overstretched, or it's you know, it's above fundamental value. It could have already been setting up to dump, so maybe it will, you know, maybe it will anyway, and it won't be because of what just happened. So there's a lot of possibilities.
At Boeing, I've heard a lot of people talk about shorting it because if we do have a recession here this year, Boeing tends to retrace really hard when there's a recession.
Well, we see that in 2020. I mean, and look at this. This stock has never recovered to pre-pandemic.
Yep.
This stock never, right? I mean, as long as I'm looking at this correctly, yeah. It never recovered to pre-pandemic levels.
We'll also look at how many since the pandemic. It was a healthy company.
Yeah.
It's not recovered. Its stock price hasn't recovered because it hasn't recovered from the pandemic.
It hasn't.
Green.
Right.
And then red, green, red.
Right.
Red.
Yep. And I think the 737 MAX stuff happened around here as well, because this, where did that actually, I'm not actually sure now, but I think it was 2019. I want to say 2018, 2019. It was before the pandemic. So, Yeah, actually, anyway, I'm not going to bother right now looking that up. That could be something that, look it up. People want to look up on their own time and correlate that to the chart to see, because that is a serious issue. How did that affect the chart? If you see that the chart went up on that news, which I don't remember, then, you might want to rethink
strategy.
Some of this stuff. Right. And I even remember, I think it was in 22 sometime. There was another incident that happened, and I was thinking the same damn thing, and I didn't do it, but I was thinking about it. And the stock went up by like 2.5% the next trading day. A lot of people even on Wall Street Bets were talking about it, shorting it. So yeah, not necessarily the best, but anyway, something to look at. And in terms of like Bollinger Bands, did I take these off? Okay. Like just to get a sense of where it's at, like in terms of resistance. I mean, look at how tight these are. It's a really tight band. So, and it's been tracking really closely. So you could very well see an expansion of this tomorrow in one direction or another. We'll see. It's going to be an interesting week for sure, I think. I think it's going to be an interesting week. Especially since, we haven't had that priced in. There's other things, bond market, lots of ins and outs. And so it's in this context that I say, like, the notion of a grand conspiracy to suppress the price of something like AMC. It just, at this point, it really does not hold. It never held any water, but it's getting to the point where it's getting old for sure. But one of my comments on Donahue George was like, at what point do we get you to even consider the notion even, I won't even call it a fact, a notion that the Moass theory of naked shorts, they can't cover, blah, 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 is false. What finally gets this there to where they even consider it? Because they're not even ready to even consider it as a possibility yet. A lot of them, the most irrational, and maybe they won't ever. But they can't talk about it. They cannot continue to put out videos like this and grift this thing forever. At some point, it's got to die. I don't know. I don't think we're close to it yet, though. I don't. I think we got a lot more. We got $5.17 of pain left, really. And even then, that may not do it. So we're going to have to start a betting pool, a legal betting pool, proposition betting system, which I've been looking for, an open source like betting exchange or stock exchange order matching system. I can't find it. I know it's out there. I know there's one that will work for what I want to do, but wouldn't it be fun to just make a few bucks and like by saying, okay, AMC is going to be below $5 by 2:00 tomorrow. We could do that, and we could make a lot of money, or at least a little bit, or have fun betting with friends. I call it a tertiary. It's a tertiary market. It's a bucket shop, basically. It's what it is. It's a modern day bucket shop where we're just taking prop bets on the stock market. It's not affecting anything. We're literally just making private bets, like the Bill bucket shops did back in the day, in the days of Jesse Livermore and whoever else, that are now illegal. So it's a private club. Got to be a member. But anyway, yeah. We've wanted to do this for a while, but it's a little harder to find the software. I don't know. There's a conspiracy. They don't want us to start our own exchanges, as Boss Blunts has figured out probably by now.
It's like they want to regulate and make sure bad things don't happen to customers or something.
Oh, I know. I mean, what the hell are they thinking there? But, in the meantime, you can go to nadex.com, which is a regulated by the CFTC binary option exchange, and you can trade things, binary options on forex, foreign exchange pairs here, and it's legit. It's legit. I've lost a lot of money here. It's a legitimate way to lose money, but but it is, you know, whatever. You're trading, you're saying, hey, is the dollar yen pair going to be above or below this level in 5 minutes? And they're 5 minute periods. So you can literally sit there and gamble all night, which I did once. And it was a lot of fun. But I lost money. But yeah, if that could satisfy your, you know, need to do some like just gambling, and this is really what caused me to hate foreign exchange. I fucking hate foreign exchange. It makes no sense to me. I don't get it. The movements are insane. And it's like, I swear to God, you know, it's pre-planned. They planned it all out. I swear. I'm kidding, because that's what they say. Okay, I'm going to play this video, and then we're going to close her down, so stick around for this one.
Version of Melissa Lee and Adam Aron's interview, and I got some comments on X. There were only a few, but I thought I would address this. It seems like I have to do it every once in a while. I'm not anybody. I'm just an individual investor. I don't know why these same stupid tropes come out. These empty comments. Somebody said, condensed sounds like editing. What else would it be? You can't condense something unless you edit it. I don't understand what happened to people. In fact, here's a quick clip.
It's too hard to entertain a country whose ears are so brittle. Motherfuckers are so sensitive, the whole country is turned into bitch-ass niggas.
That's what I think happened to people. I think he's right. If we're ever...
Well, I'll jump in here and say that I actually agree with that to a point. I wouldn't quite put it in those terms, but I'm going to spin it slightly differently, I think, than he will. We'll see if I'm right or wrong with what I'm thinking here. But, you know, it used to be that if you made a legitimate bet on something and you shook somebody's hand, let's just say that, and the equivalent now is clicking the buy button. If you entered a contract, you know, you uphold the contract. If you don't, you know, you don't make excuses as to why you don't, you know, do this and that. And I know I'm generalizing. It wasn't like this ever. But to me it was, because this is how I was raised as a person, you know, to honor my word, to do what I say and do what I, you know, say what I mean and mean what I say and all these type of things, right? And I try to do that. But, you know, and if I make a mistake, to own up to it. If you prefer the maybe a little less woke version, you know, man up to what you do. Take ownership of your mistakes, because those are opportunities to learn at the end of the day. Plus, it's just the right fucking thing to do, not to blame somebody else for your fuck ups. I don't know if that's where he's going with this, but what I'm hearing when I hear somebody say what he just said is, yeah, the apes need to fucking grow the fuck up. They've turned into, you know, what Dave Chappelle said. And because they can't accept the fact that they fucked up. They didn't get robbed from. They didn't get screwed. They fucked up. And that's the attitude you have to have. Everything, it's not all in my control. In fact, nothing is, except my involvement in it. And if your involvement in it is fucked, then it's incumbent on you to correct that problem. Whether it's cutting a loss, taking a low profit that you don't want to take. Oh, I only get to take 80% profit. Oh, what? 80%. You made 80% return, and you're not happy with that. You are a bitch. You are a fucking bitch. You know, at the end of the day, I'm sorry, but you don't, no. Go to the casino and try to make 80% and see how you do. You know, go tell somebody, well, I expect to get more than 80% return on my money. I don't think so, Tim. So, yeah, in that sense, I agree. The apes are the most childish, irresponsible market participants that have been in the market, certainly in my lifetime. And I'm working on figuring out if it's in the history of the stock market, because I know there's been a lot of bullshit. But in modern day, in the modern era, I bet it's going to be tough because nothing was ever this widely publicized. But all right, that's it. I just say, is he talking about the apes?
We're going to get destroyed because people want things handed to them, spoon-fed to them. I believe the government...
Again, same thing applies.
...for this to happen. You're going to expect...
Here we go.
...and people to do things for
talking about, oh my
this
goodness.
Also includes
Everybody
people
wants everything
that
the government's fucking you. The government's fucking you. Gosh, man, with all that projection, do you actually live in like an IMAX Raptor? Are you an IMAX projector? Is that what you are?
So now this is curious because he just said that everybody's turned soft and they're, whatever. And if we go to war, we're screwed. But he also believes that it's a government conspiracy. So is that not, taking a soft way out? Blaming a government conspiracy, because it couldn't possibly be that you made a mistake. And see, even though the market's not in my control, I can control whether I'm in the market or not. So everything with respect to my portfolio is my fucking responsibility. Gains, losses, sideways, whatever. I take responsibility, full responsibility for that number that's at the top of the screen. If I feel like I got cheated, and I may express that, but believe me, I know that it was me. I fucked up. I didn't pay attention. I misinterpreted something. I didn't realize this. I forgot about the FOMC. Whatever. I've done it all. I've seen your anger. I've seen your pain. I've been everything that you want to be. Right? Cult of personality.
We need to just we need to work on a music video for that.
Yeah. And also this has to be worked into it too. I gotta get my shit together here, but
that guy's not even in the Discord.
He's not even in the Discord.
Do you even go to this school?
That's all I can think of. Actually, my girlfriend thought of that. A brilliant comparison. Anyway, yeah. So let's blame the government. I mean, we're not going to blame other citizens, but so let's blame the government. It's always a good option.
Not a lot of people engaging after their money was stolen. Their money was taken from them.
Stolen.
Livelihood. I've had comments from people that said, "My investment's gone. I'm done."
If I put all my chips on
There's more
00 and the roulette wheel spins, it doesn't come up on 00. Who stole my money? My own stupidity stole my money.
You mean it wasn't the market maker? Oh, okay, all right. Can't blame the market maker.
Can do.
Go around the casino where the roulette wheel was rigged. You put the money down on 00. And yeah, those games are levered towards the house. But you know what? You walked into the fucking casino.
Yep. Oh, believe you me, they will try to blame Ken Griffin for their losses at the casino. Somehow, Ken Griffin, the omnipotent, omniscient, just master of the universe.
Yeah.
Yeah. He is the man behind the curtain. He's the Wizard of Oz, clearly.
Funny thing about that, the Wizard of Oz didn't actually have any power.
Well, I mean, you could say a case could be made. I mean, Ken Griffin has power, but he doesn't have the power that the apes think he has. And in that sense, I don't think any one individual has the power. I mean, okay, maybe Jamie Dimon, Jamie Dimon of JP Morgan. I believe he's probably dirty, but I mean, a lot of people are. I mean, it's a slimy business. Okay. So, but one person, literally one person calling the shots, it seems highly unlikely. Think about how many market participants there are. It's kind of what I was getting at earlier. Everything being pre-planned, like the one guy was saying. I mean, shit. We can't get people to agree on anything. We can't get 50% of people to agree on anything. So I think they're really overestimating the ability of the government to be that organized, if anything.
The Penn and Teller bullshit episode on conspiracy theory.
Oh, yeah.
You want to believe?
Good show, yeah.
You want to believe that the government can orchestrate all these complicated conspiracies, but they couldn't figure out how to keep like a handful of guys silent from breaking into fucking Watergate? Are you serious?
True. Yeah. Yep. Yep. I mean,
this is your government.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. And that type of stuff is on display more than ever now. When you think about some of the crap that we've seen over the last few years, I was thinking earlier today about Lauren Boebert and her, was it Marjorie Green? One of those two clowns in the movie theater, vaping, making out, being, loud, boisterous, and drunk, and entitled in a movie theater and getting kicked out of a movie theater. I don't know if it was an AMC or not, but, or maybe it was a theater. I can't remember. I think it was a play. It was a show, like stage production or something. I forget. But anyway, she got kicked out of some type of exhibition hall. And so it's like, they don't even try to hide. It's not even, this shit's not even, they don't even try to hide it anymore, because it's like everybody, it's just, we're just to that point. And then bringing this over to like, all the crime supposedly in AMC, it's like, okay, everywhere else, pretty much this type of shit, bribery, crime, connections, whatever, you can find them. You can usually find something. And ultimately, if there is a connection, it comes out in court and we find out about it and we can see it, unless it's secret, unless it's one of the secret COVID vaccination courts or something. But that's a different story too. But I understand the reasoning for that too. I don't, not saying anything one way or another there, but supposedly there's this major conspiracy here that involves the financial sector. So it involves not only the government, but also a private sector industry, across multiple and also across, it's international too, because Citi clearly diluted the float in Brazil, and that's another reason why it went down. So we got all these things, but there's no evidence for any of them. None. No evidence whatsoever. And it's only people on YouTube and Twitter who are saying it. They're not proffering any evidence whatsoever. And it's the same shit over and over. And every time I start to get a little bit aroused at the fact that, oh my God, is he actually going to take responsibility? Is he actually going to say it's our own fault? No, it's the government's fault. I mean, way to kill my wood, buddy. Jesus Christ. I mean, I was getting excited. I thought maybe you were going to get saved tonight. I thought we were going to have ourselves a good old-fashioned baptism in the spirit of the evidence-based market analysis. But no, of course not. I don't know if it's worth even looking at the rest of this. It's
ACULUS@gmail.
Yeah. I'm going to have to get myself one of these, a blazer, and I guess I'd have to come on the camera then. So, but I would do it for this. Yeah, okay. And I mentioned this before. I've mentioned everything before. Coming up right now, this is not the original, but this is a Steve Martin movie from I don't know, late 80s, early 90s, Leap of Faith. And he wears this mirrored jacket, and it's the sparkliest, most bedazzling thing I've ever seen. I need it.
Man, and here's my only
remember when Trey
is a trench coat and a nice, button-up shirt and tie, so I can be exactly like my user icon on YouTube if I ever go on.
Right. Well, yeah, I don't know. Well, did I mention that I want it to be diamond, not mirror, not glass mirror, but actual diamonds? So it's going to be a while. It's going to be a while before that happens, and by that point, I will hopefully, warrant the gaudiness and the narcissistic qualities. But until then,
maybe you can be like the apes and beg and plead to Elon Musk, and maybe he'll get you an emerald version of it. Or
Pulte. I thought you were going to go with the Pulte route, but yeah, he was a grifter basically. He was a fraud. He was a traveling evangelist, tent revivalist who did these fraudulent revivals and had shills that come up, and he would save them and heal them of their afflictions. And I highly recommend this movie for everybody. It's great. Classic Steve Martin, and he just kills it. But yeah, we've talked about it. I've talked about it before, and but I just love that jacket. But anyway, yeah. So I'm gonna check YouTube one more time here, and
it's right up there.
Now almost 11. Whatever.
Instead of doing this, I was thinking about doing a podcast with a friend, because that used to be the hip thing to do. And my joke is that I was going to have this, after all the meme stock thing, I was going to have the this Snidely Whiplash looking character where I'd get a top hat and one of those like twirled mustaches from like one of those party stores, and I was going to be the evil short seller.
Yeah, right. Yeah, the evil short sellers. And it's funny because I was kind of thinking like this channel, your channel, channels like this, which I don't know any others, Hannah, I guess, almost functions in that way. Not so much that we are bearish. And I was trying to explain this before to Uncle Eric when he was here. Like, it's not that I'm bearish on AMC. Like, I'm just looking at it, what's there, and asking myself, okay, where's the risk here? And the risk has always been to the downside. From AMC, from June 2nd to the current day, it has always been to the downside. The data and just the overall analysis says that. But I mean, if somebody wants to have a bullish case, that's fine.
Yeah.
But it's like, what are you using to come up with that? And it's always a faith-based argument, not a faith in God or anything like that, but it's a faith in the company is going to become profitable. Or, like Morantz. Oh, Ryan Cohen, I believe in Ryan Cohen. Everything he does turns to gold. Yeah, can you believe that those clowns in that other fucking stream were arguing? They were trying to argue about Chewy and stuff like that. And it's like, okay, great. Yeah. But I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I mean, I don't believe Chewy was profitable when it was sold, when he sold it.
It's barely profitable.
Right.
Now.
So, I mean, yeah, he was now. Yeah, sure. And that's one thing. And that's great. People love it, whatever. But I'm talking about when he was running it, it was not. And that's, that's typical. I'm not even slamming the guy for that. I'm just simply saying that's the case. And he sold it and he made a lot of money. Good for him.
Though.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, essentially, yeah, let's be real. Ryan Cohen is private equity. At the end of the day, he absolutely, he's essentially private equity. He hangs around with private equity dudes. He makes private investments. I mean, I don't really see any different. I don't really see any difference. Well, yeah, he has some public holdings, And yeah, he believes in GameStop enough to buy shares. Wow. Okay. I mean, what's that to him? It's pocket change to him. Oh, he just bought 16,000 shares. They can't imagine that because they have no money. To Ryan Cohen, it's like he sneezes and that much comes out, you know? So, like, it's like, it's not that much of a cost for him to create that appearance. That's what I'm saying. You know, so much of this is about appearances and how things appear and how things are desired to be perceived. The whole Bed Bath & Beyond thing comes to mind with Ryan Cohen. So that's Morance's faith. So I'm not interested in a faith-based argument. Like, you know, this is the difference between this and clownery. So, yeah, terrible, just terrible.
I'm going to say that you streaming the video again is the reason why I've gotten this second wind apparently on Twitter. I'm gonna put all the liberals on you.
Take the blame. Well, I don't know about that, but you know, it's the only reason that I care about anybody. The only reason I care about anything with popularity, and it's not about popularity. It's just I think this information I think it deserves to be out there. It deserves to be out there, and it doesn't matter who is saying it. Like, I will never, ever get pissed. And this is for anybody listening or anybody that might watch this stream later. I will never care if anybody takes any of my streams or anything that I say and reposts it, as long as you don't mangle and change what I say to make it sound like I said something else. I mean, that obviously don't do that, but like, or if there's an idea like, wow, I wish he had gone deeper in that. Go ahead, go deeper. This is a starting point. This is what this is designed to be. This is the pilot hole.
Cool if I made money here, but I don't care. I'm interested in people being informed as to what's going on.
Yeah. And the only selfish reason I have is I'm so sick of seeing this shit every day. I'm so sick. I mean, I don't watch it every day. I only watch it when we're doing a stream or, you know, there's something really interesting I see, or if I'm really bored, but I don't make it a point to go through this stuff every day. I kind of like rather be surprised when I come to it later and to see what's happening. But, you know, it's just, you know, that's really the only reason is just because I'm sick of it. Like at this point to where, but it's not like a sick of it where, well, why don't you stop? Well, you know how it is, man. When you get started, you can't stop. It sucked me in. Okay, that reminds me.
Every time they pull me back in.
Exactly, but I have a different clip to end on, which is a similar thing. It's just I've showed this before, like I've showed everything before, nothing new. But maybe some people haven't seen it. But you know, and going along with the theme of well, not that theme, but anyway, going along with the theme of trying to keep things lighthearted here. Here's Robin Williams. Okay, here's Robin Williams joking about Wall Street. This is from 2014. Okay, is it from 2014 or is that when he died? Oh shit, this might have been. 2009. Okay, this is the original clip was from 2009, right in the midst of the GFC, and this is an interview with Charlie Rose, and you know, obviously the financial crisis is happening at this time, and so you know, we can look back to this, you know, monolith here of talent. You know, for some lightheartedness, especially in the wake of, you know, him obviously not being among us anymore. But anyway, we'll go out on this. So, Korax, thanks for being here, man. I appreciate it.
No problem.
And you know, we'll see you around. Lynn as well. If you're, I think I still see your icon there. It's always a pleasure to have you too. And so we'll do it again soon. And I want to encourage anybody else to join our little finance chat Telegram group with one of the links in the description down there. And feel free to come in to this live stream voice chat and, ideally be respectful, but, I understand it's only some things can only be saved by violence. So if that's what you have to do, from behind the comfort of a keyboard, mouse, and a gaming headset, and by all means, come in and rip me a new asshole. I welcome that. I look forward to it. But or we can just have a discussion. So anyway, here he is, and we'll roll the song after this. So, but I love this.
I talk to them about being like a group of...
Maybe you will too.
Listen, man, I just need some liquidity. You know what I'm saying? I just ran into some bad subprime, It's a complex formula that just didn't factor in greed and panic, I just need $805 billion by Tuesday. Yeah, no, seriously. No, I would not screw you again. It's pretty crazy.
I've learned my lesson.
No, baby, this is not like the other time. Seriously, I just yeah, baby.
Just give me,
help me out.
Just give me a little bit.
Yeah, just a taste. That's all I need is a taste. I need 2.5 trillion.
Just a taste.
Get me through 1 week.
Yeah, it's like they're going to print out a new $20 bill. The new Geithner $20 bill will be, instead of "In God We Trust," it'll just say "Trust me," and it'll be the little man from Monopoly going like this.
Trust me, bro. Yep. So.
It's impossible!
This is what happens when you work to change things.
You're being a little bitch! What do you fucking want from me? Get off my dick!
If you don't understand the situation, it's better sometimes not to speak and just be proven a complete imbecile in the matter.
Late night pizza and cheeseburgers tonight for the Ape Father. Oreo cake time.
Man, fuck.
Look at all this yummy food.
You understand what I'm saying?
We got ice cream cones. Here's a guy who's got he knows.
One movie where the guy,
this guy, if you know, you know.
His TV show is his life, where it's just following him around. Like that. I don't know. Like the Truman, something like that, or
the Truman Show. Yep, the Truman Show. Yep.
There's Truman.
Yeah, I think that I want to say Lynn actually said that one time. She made that comparison with one of these guys. But yeah, there's just, look at this, all this food content. He's a foodie now. He's a foodie. But okay, this is funny because it's just like, this guy's a clown. So I did a video response. Speaking of video responses, I did a video response because the Ape Father put out a video, one of these weird ass videos about food and supplements and stuff, about this supplement called soursop. Actually, it's a plant, I guess. And he made all these claims. Seriously, like he made all these claims like it cures cancer and shit. Well, fortunately, ChatGPT knows better.
As a miracle cure-all food in recent years, but is it really everything it's made out to be? Soursop has been claimed to cure cancer, but the truth is, there is no scientific evidence to support this claim. In fact, the national...
this is so basic, like...
Soursop has not been proven to have any anti-cancer properties. While soursop has been claimed to have pain-relieving properties, there is also no scientific...
He made all these claims.
The American Pain Society recommends talking to a doctor about proven methods of pain management, such as medication and physical therapy. Soursop has been claimed to cure headaches, but the truth is, there is no scientific evidence to support this claim. The American Headache Society recommends seeking medical treatment for headaches, as they could be symptoms of a more serious underlying condition. So, what can we conclude about soursop and its supposed health benefits? While it may be a delicious and nutritious fruit, it is not a miracle cure-all food. If you have a health concern, it's always best to consult a doctor and rely on proven methods of treatment. Soursop.
Yeah. All right. So, this guy's all over the place. But that's right when about the time I started using ChatGPT. So it was kind of fun, to do. Yeah. But in the latest one I did, which is not on YouTube at all, but everybody watching the stream right now can get a sneak preview, right, of this gem, if you want to call it that. It's not really. It's not at all. It's terrible. I put it into the oh crap. I put it into the Telegram. And this was me playing around with CapCut. So it's gonna be on the screen here, and it's gonna be on the screen here. And I swear to God, I am. After this is it. This is the last thing I'm doing on this stream. It's over after this. So if I could ever. I hate OBS. Okay. All right. Yeah. So this was a little joke. It's a little joke that I came up with here. Why is the stock market like having a pet cat? And anybody who has a cat, listen up. One moment it's content, and the next it's knocking down your portfolio like a shelf of knickknacks. And then I don't know what happened here. It's just, look, in this virtual world, I'm rich. Yeah, so that's it. That's all. I got to go. I have to go to work in 7 hours. So
go to bed.
Yeah. Thanks. Yeah. Well, theoretically, but it ain't going to happen probably. So for a bit. So anyway, all right, man. See you later. Thanks, everybody. Keep it evidence-based. And, remember this.
That it can't be reproduced in another experiment. And this is what distinguishes science from religion.